is. Cause it's Jeannie Mae, and Jeannie Mae is MIA. You can't fucking find her. Oh, here she is, finally! Moon's gonna be ecstatic. Ooh, 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 ooh! Whoa! We got a headshot on it! Ooh, 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 ooh! He sniped the shit out of all the robots in the room! Ooh, 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 ooh! Whoa! We got a headshot on it! Ooh, 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 ooh! That's what I call a headshot. Come with me if you want to live. And then blow her brains out. That's what I'm talking about, sweet revenge. Come with me, there's something you should see in front of the dinosaur. Yeah, come on, bitch. She's fucked. Dude, you ain't get what's coming to you, you fucking slut. Yeah! 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 Well, big sound effects. Ooh, 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 ooh. Whoa! We got a headshot on it. Ooh, 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 ooh. He sniped the shit out of all the robots in the room. Ooh, 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 ooh. Whoa! We got a headshot on it. Ooh, 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 ooh. Everything he says is so fucking cool. Let's get out of here. Blow this fucking shit up. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Whoa! We got a headshot on it. Ooh, 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 ooh. Boom, you are the fucking man. Ooh, vaporized, baby. A beautiful vaporization. Welcome to my very first playthrough of a game that is a racing game. That's right, a driving style racing game. I never play them, but this one looked unique enough for me to give it a go. So we are going to begin Motorstorm Apocalypse. I didn't know that. I suck. Say goodbye. Game devs were basically completely uninspired idiots who didn't understand how to make combat in any kind of a game. la 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 la. There you go. Here, listen to my beautiful singing voice. La 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 la. Hey guys, so apparently I have a dead piece of pre-stream art. Someone had mentioned that it was showing the webcam here, and I just want to see what piece it is. I'm watching the pre-stream with all of you right now, live, and I'm wondering what piece of art is it that apparently has a broken link or something. I deleted a few pieces this morning, being that I'm probably not going back to Morrowind anytime soon, if I ever do. I deleted all the Morrowind artwork, which makes no sense that there would be a dead piece of art in the pre-stream world, because I just deleted it out of there, so why would it still try to be displaying it dead? It doesn't make any sense at all. So I'm trying to figure this out. Let's see here. I'm watching with all of you. I'm watching this back. All this pre-stream art. I added a new piece of art that's for Halloween. That was posted up on my forum, so that's live. But I don't know what else is going on here. I'm just going to watch the whole pre-stream artwork rolling with you guys. It takes about like 2-3 minutes to get through it all, I think. And just see what is the dead link. Okay, DSP Gaming. It's still working, right? DSP Gaming. What is this dead piece of art? If you didn't see the new art, you're not watching. It's a Halloween piece of art. I just watched it go live on the stream here. Yes, okay, there's the Cyberpunk art, which is really cool. That this has been there all year long, because the Cyberpunk was supposed to come out early this year. And now it's next month. Okay. We're still going. Unless you're talking about, are you talking about this on the edge over here? Is this what you're seeing? Or did you see like the whole thing? Because that's always like that. Not a dead link. It showed the right part of the stream part of your webcam. Oh, that's always does that. That's because one of the pieces of artwork isn't, excuse me, isn't perfectly 16 by 9. It's not perfectly 16 by 9, and I can't stretch it. If I stretch it, I have to stretch all the art. That's how OBS works. It's stupid. It's free software. It's stupid. You know, it's free. It doesn't have, like, all great options like all other streaming software. It's a freebie software, so it's very limited in what it can do. If I stretch that artwork out to fill the screen, then all the other art gets stretched, too. So, that's why. And someone's like, why do you leave the webcam on? Because I just leave it on. It doesn't matter. What do you think I'm doing here? You think I got a fucking meth lab in my office? There's nothing going on here. Okay? Okay. Alright, you guys ready for pre-stream? Here we go. Alright, everybody. Hello and welcome. Welcome to my stream. Ask the King is returning today right now. For the first time in over 3 months. It was actually back in July, the last time that I did Ask the King. As you know, it's been a crazy year. In regards to game releases, in regards to the schedule, because of things such as COVID-19 outbreak, completely screwing everything up. So because of that, this year has been completely thrown for a loop. The summer ended up being very busy for game releases, and September, I was basically like catching up on summer projects and stuff, so really I didn't have time for Ask the King. And I asked all of you, would you like to see Ask the King happen, or do you guys feel that we do enough talking on each daily stream now that we don't need Ask the King anymore? And basically I got a backlash saying, no, you've got to do Ask the King. You got to keep doing it. It's one of your longest running shows. You know, it's a legacy show from what back in the day, the way you used to do stuff. So we really want to see it continue. Say goodbye. And being that I know it's usually very long-standing viewers and fans of mine who like the legacy stuff, I said, all right, I'll keep doing it. We're doing it today. I'll be honest with all of you. Questions today, we didn't have too many. And the ones that were posted, a lot of them were reiteration questions of things I've already answered over the years. Even the Twitter questions were kind of scarce. So I'm going to do as best I can today with what I was provided with for questions, but I don't know how good the show will be. I will open this up, obviously, later on if we have time, to stream questions. People in the stream chat who have questions, okay? But we'll see what happens. All right? So let's talk schedule so you guys know what's going on. Today it's Ask the King. Right after this pre-stream, it starts my Q&A. First, I'm going to answer forum questions, then Twitter questions, then if we have time, stream chat questions. Okay? Should be fun. It always is. Hope you guys are excited for Ask the King today. Keep in mind that today is just like any standard stream. If you cheer, sub, or tip, I will give you a shout-out. Although, since I'm doing Ask the King, I'm going to answer the questions first from people who posted up other places. I will answer questions for contributions during the course of the stream as well, just like usual. All right? As usual, $50 tips goal, Gunner glasses go on. $100 tips goal, a vest goes on. The last vest was platinum. We did a platinum vest yesterday. We did not hit the tips goal. We weren't even close. We only got like $23 in tips or something like that last night on the Batman stream. So that being said,
I need that money. I really do. I need that money.
If you're one of the people who campaigned for me to keep Ask the King, and you appreciate that I'm doing it, please consider contributing. All right? I need your help right now.
It's been pretty slow.
I don't get paid by
not
Twitch
gonna lie.
until the middle of this month, around the 15th. And so I've got a week here where the only income I'm getting is from you guys via tips. And I need to raise enough money.
PayPal is a network of interconnected banking institutions that use a magnetic stripe receptacle digitally online to transfer funds from one entity to another in a legal and monitored capacity. It is reported to the IRS.
So it completely emptied out my account. And the only other money I have is money that needs to be in that account to clear bills. So technically, could I spend the money? Yes, and then bills won't clear, which is not good. Okay? So please, if you can help me out with tips this week, I would very much appreciate it. And like I said, just like any normal stream, I will be answering your questions right here live if you do contribute. Okay? What the hell is that smell? Hold on a second. Dead air. Do you want to play the fucking game? Okay.
Oh no! Oh no! 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 Papa Vera!
Driveway here.
Oh, fucking shit!
He turns it on, and now the fucking exhaust is blowing in my fucking office window. Isn't that nice? Because he looks like he's working on his car in his driveway. So now I gotta fucking smell his exhaust. So if it doesn't go away in about 5 minutes, I'm gonna go out there and yell at him because it's fucking nasty. I'm not gonna tell him, dude, my window's open and you got your car blowing exhaust in my fucking window. Anyway. So, guys, yes, today's Ask the King, the return of Ask the King, and I hope that you guys will enjoy the show. Tonight, it is Fall Guys Season 2, alright? Fall Guys Season 2, and should be good because there's all new content, right? All new content in Fall Guys Season 2. Brand new stages. They've redesigned the game from the ground up to look medieval, and, you know, apparently also new new outfits and new things as part of the stages. For them to understand, they're gonna have like new swinging devices and all kinds of stuff going on. Okay, so it should be fun. I'm actually excited to see, you know, what this is gonna be tonight. What they've actually added new for Season 2. Will this reinvigorate the game? Honestly, the game was getting very stale, and then a couple weeks ago, they did actually do an update patch that kind of mixed up the stages, and I felt that the game got a lot better. And now I'm hoping that Season 2 will be even better on top of that. Okay? So good stuff tonight. Fall Guys Season 2. I hope you guys will join me for that tonight. Tomorrow, we return to regularly scheduled gameplay with the premiere of Amnesia: The Dark Descent. Yes, Amnesia, a game that I basically did not give a fair shake when I played it some, what was it, like 7-8 years ago or some shit. I basically just made fun of it because I felt that it was a game that streamers were using to overreact, act like sissies on camera, and get artificial views, which they did, and a lot of them became virally popular and millionaires eventually because of it. As ludicrous as that sounds, that's exactly what happened. It was this slew, it was like 3 or 4 big survival horror games that were put out on PC at the time that these people basically completely faked reactions to and got totally famous off of.
as stupid as it is. At the time, I was so angry about that because here I am, someone who was making video content for years and being genuine with my audience, right? I took a buck to overreact for anything. It was always me just kind of being me. So instead of being fair to the game, I was an asshole. I played the game and completely ripped it a new one, said it wasn't funny, wasn't really paying attention to the plot, and basically just did a very poor job of covering it, to the point where after one session, you guys told me, don't ever play it again. Okay? Now, here's the thing. I'm very different now. I'm a different guy. I'm a different kind of content creator. And I acknowledge now that back then I was very different. I was jealous at the success of others and angry about it. And I can openly admit that now. Now, I'm comfortable where I am as a content creator. I like having chill streams with you guys every day. And I would like to go back and replay Amnesia: The Dark Descent as a real playthrough. Okay? And that's what we're going to do starting tomorrow. We're actually going to cover this game legit as a survival horror game. We're going to see how it is, playing it at face value and not basically being unfair to it like I was. Okay? So we'll see how it goes. Alright? That's starting tomorrow. Tomorrow night is the return of my throwback Street Fighter streams. Once a week I play old school Street Fighter, and I really enjoy it, although I did not do it last week because we wanted to try out Super Mario Bros. 35, but now it returns this week. So that's tomorrow night. On Saturday, it's the return of Crash Bandicoot 4, which I was trying to play on Monday and, didn't go so well because of false DMCA takedown claims, which is complete fucking bullshit. Okay? So now it returns on Saturday, and we're going to basically do the stream I was supposed to do on Monday this Saturday. Okay? Fair enough? Saturday night, it will be the conclusion of Fire Emblem Three Houses. Yes, finally, after all this time, after 5 months, we're finishing Fire Emblem on Saturday night. Thank God. Okay? Sunday will be more Amnesia: The Dark Descent, and that will be paired with Animal Crossing New Horizons Fall Update. I'm playing Animal Crossing for the first time in months. I love Hulk Hogan's dick. We're checking out the Fall Update where there's now pumpkins, there's candy, there's all fall-related stuff. It should be a good time. And then on Monday, more Crash Bandicoot 4. At that point, maybe we'll be heading into the end of the game. I'm not sure. It depends on how well I do on Saturday. And Monday night will be more Fall Guys to end the week. Okay? Now, the next week of streaming is totally dependent on how things go with Amnesia and how things go with Crash. If I'm nearing the end of both games or one of them, maybe I'll start up a new playthrough. Maybe I'll try out Genshin Impact. Maybe I'll start up Hollow Knight. I don't know. I have the option to do whatever I want next week, which is very nice. Next week on Friday, it's the premiere of Ghost of Tsushima Legends, the 4v4 online multiplayer mode. Today's been incredibly slow. I'm checking that out for sure to see what the hell it is. All right. Then the next week, it's the premiere of the new Amnesia game, Rebirth. So I hope that I beat Amnesia: Dark Descent before Rebirth comes out. I don't see why I wouldn't, since I've heard that the game's about 8 to 9 hours long. That probably means 2 to 3 streams for me, and I'll wrap it up. So, good stuff. Good stuff coming up. Now, also, I did not finish Super Mario Galaxy last night because some of the stages, yesterday, not last night, some of the stages are quite challenging. If you die, you have to start completely over from the beginning, which was very tedious. There's like 2 to 3 stages of those left, and then it unlocks the Luigi mode.
Stop this!
So we're going to do one night stream coming up. I don't know exactly when yet. Alright? But I'm going to do one night stream coming up to wrap up Super Mario Galaxy. Alright? So that's what you guys can expect in the next week or so. Now, later on in October, we've got the final expansion for the Pokemon Sword and Shield DLC expansion. And it's called No, it's called the Coastal Shores. No, it's called the Glacier Isle. Actually, I don't remember what the fuck it's called. I still can't remember. Maybe it's Glacier Isle. That's what it is. But anyway, I'm going to be playing that on the 22nd. And then, about each time after that, a lot of releases. Watch Dogs Legion, as well as Little Hope and its episodic. The next anthology game in the Dark Pictures Anthology horror games.
No!
Tundra. What's it called? The Glacial Tundra? The Glacial Tundra. All right. No, it's the Crown Tundra. I still can't remember the name of this thing. I can never remember the name of this thing. It's the Coral Reef Glacial Isles Coast. That's Crown stupid little kitty shit. It's going to be really good. It never sticks in my head. It literally never sticks in my head. I don't know why. I can never remember this. But anyway, yes, I'll be checking that out. I'll be checking out Watch Dogs. I'll be checking out Little Hope. And at the very end of the month, on Halloween, it's the Halloween Marathon, where you guys are currently nominating games that I'll be playing during said marathon. Please continue to do so by typing !marathon into the stream chat. Also, please continue to vote on the category of costume. Tiger, Good stuff coming up. Good stuff coming up. All right, let's do shout-outs. Let's update the leaderboard.
What the fuck?
Let's get ready to start here with Ask the King. Okay? So, Big Bad Buffoon took me $1 overnight and said, what do you think about the new trophies update on PlayStation Gaming? I don't know everything about it. What I saw a brief article and I kind of skimmed it. What they're saying is they're going to change the trophy system so that basically each category of trophy has even more value. So, for example, right now, there's bronze, silver, gold, and platinum trophies for PlayStation games. And they're varying levels of difficulty to achieve, right? Based on what the game developer feels. Now there's going to be multiple levels. So there'll be like 3 levels of bronze, 3 levels of silver, 3 levels of gold. In reality, it means nothing. Trophies mean absolutely nothing. They're completely worthless, right? They don't mean a damn thing. But some people seem to like to see them as a way to like e-brag about how much you've played games or tough achievements you've done in games, etc. People ask me all the time, how many platinums do I have? I say, I don't fucking know. I have no idea at all. I don't really pay attention to that. You know, if there's a game I really like and I want to do every challenging piece of content in it, I'll try to go for the platinum. But I don't maintain how many platinums I actually have. I wouldn't know. I'd have to go look it up, right? So for those who actually care about that, like, oh my God, I'm at trophy level 999 and, you know, I maximized everything on PlayStation. Good for you. This will help you, I guess. This will be a new system by which possibly you'll be getting you know, more points or whatever. I don't care. I don't see how this would affect me in the least, but maybe it would mean something for others. Okay? Rob on Wheels to me $5 overnight. And he says, I bet those people who are yelling at you to start playing Divinity Original Sin 2 right now will, as soon as you start playing it, beg you to stop. Yeah, well, here's the thing. There is a group of people that want to see me play Divinity Original Sin. Alright? It's true. There's people who they think that the franchise is great. It's primarily a PC exclusive franchise. By the time these games get ported to console, I really don't give a shit anymore. You know, I just don't care about them. So I've never played one of the games. So people have wanted to see me play them and see what I think about them, especially because I've played many JRPGs over the years. They're interested in my take. And there was enough people to nominate and then vote on that game for viewer's choice to make it happen. But I was already in the midst of the last major viewer's choice playthrough, Fire Emblem Three Houses, which is another lengthy JRPG, and there was no way I was going to be playing 2 of those at once. And in addition to that, we got Yakuza 7 right around the corner. Not, what, a month away? Yakuza 7, right? Like a month away, so there's no way I'm doing Divinity now. Alright? The people who are screaming for the Divinity right now are people who just want to see me fail. They want to see me play so many JRPGs on my streams that everyone will just constantly complain that they're bad and no one will come to the streams. Now, the thing is, I do have an audience for JRPGs. I'm well aware. I have regulars who come and typically support when I play JRPGs, and that's very nice to know that I could do an extended length playthrough of games like Dragon Quest XI or Fire Emblem Three Houses or whatever JRPG it might be, and that they'll support it. Okay? But in general, JRPGs do not catch viewership from a mainstream viewing audience. They just don't. All right? They're too lengthy to hold attention, quite frankly. You need to have a really good, patient attention span to really enjoy a good JRPG. I do. Many do not. So, that's why I can't play so many of them at once. I'm supposed to be a variety streamer. If I'm playing 2 to 3 JRPGs at once, that's not variety, is it? So, that's why Divinity Original Sin 2 is going to wait. We're going to do Yakuza 7 starting next month. That'll be a fun playthrough, and when that finishes, the next JRPG on the docket will be Divinity Original Sin 2. Fair enough? Okay, there you go. Thank you, Rob. I agree with you. I think the people who are yelling aren't actually interested in the playthrough. They just want to see me play another game that only gets 100 viewers a stream and then laugh at me and try to make fun of me because they're shitheads, you know? Human feces. Okay. Respergoo resubscribed for 9 months in a row and said, DSP forever, long live the Lord. Thank you, Respergoo. And then he did 100 cheers as well. Sounds like ack. He said, you're not a sissy streamer, you're a content creator. Or, yes, you're never, you know, every once in a while I laugh hysterically. Will I have a reaction to something that's silly in a game? Yes. You're never going to see me consistently overreacting and basically, over exaggerating, over the top, zany silliness, or acting insanely scared like a sissy, stuff going on in games. Even though that might be funny to watch, I'm real. I'm not some faker. I don't play a character. I don't act out a certain way to try to be a fake entertainment character. I'm not a cartoon. I'm not a Muppet. I am a real person. When you come to my streams, you get to talk to the real Phil. You get to have fun with the real Phil and see my real reactions to what I'm playing. So yeah, tomorrow when I start playing Amnesia, I'm sure there will be jump scares that actually will get me. And then there'll probably be things that don't get me. I'm like, yeah, it's kind of lame. And I'll be honest with you guys about it. I'm not going to sit here and overact or one way or the other. I'm not going to pretend like something didn't get me. At the same time, I'm not going to act like everything made me scared just for views. Because that's exactly what those people did, what was it, a decade ago at this point? They overacted for views, and they got virally popular based off of being fake, right? And then years later, some of them were like, oh, I don't want to do that anymore. I want to do daily drama news stories. It's like, well, thanks for showing your true colors. You weren't really a gamer to begin with. You were just someone who fucking faked it for the camera to make a buck. And now that you're tired of it, now you want to change it to fucking daily drama news like every other YouTuber. So, congrats. You're never going to see me doing that shit. So, we'll see what happens starting tomorrow. Ninstar Rune Cheered, he said, if someone volunteered to make Papa Vera's place, we could go back to Minecraft. At this point, I'm not very interested in Minecraft. There's so many other things we could be doing as night streams, things that people want to see me doing, that I'm really not, desperate to say, oh, man, we really want to go back to Minecraft. I'm sure one day I will want to do that. I'm sure one day I'll get a craving and be like, man, I haven't played Minecraft in a while, and now there's been a bunch of updates for it. I would love to go back and see how the world looks now, how everyone's doing, my villagers, and, let's go take a look. But in reality, I'm not really too inclined to do it. I didn't play it for 3 months, and honestly, I haven't missed it at all. We have fun, chill streams playing other things anyway. So, no, right now, I don't really care about going back to Minecraft. All right? Lennon Lad, subscribe to the channel. Thank you, Lennon Lad, for the sub. I appreciate that. Duke Argos tipped me $1 and says, 3 new characters have been announced for Mortal Kombat 11 for November. Are you going to cover them? No. I can tell you who they are. Melina, Rain, and Rambo. No, not John Rambo, the person who used to do co-op and shows with me here on YouTube and Twitch, but actually the character Rambo. Actually voice acted by Sylvester Stallone. Okay? I think that's neat, but I don't care about the game anymore. I haven't played Mortal Kombat 11 in a long time. At one point I was checking out the DLC characters just for, initial value, see if there's anything there. And remember, there was a story-based expansion earlier this year, and I did play the story-based expansion. But outside of that, no, I don't care about going back to Mortal Kombat 11 and playing it at any capacity, so I will not be going back to it. Texas Gaming tipped me $1 and said that the Amnesia Collection was free for PS Plus users a while back. You may have downloaded it back then, so you wouldn't need to buy it. No, I didn't. I never knew. I didn't know it was free for PS Plus users, so I never got it, so I got to buy it. Yep, sucks, but I guess I wasn't paying attention, and I did not get it. Big Bad Buffoon tipped me $1, said, here's a costume idea. Jasper dresses up as a bunny, and you dress up as Hugh Hefner. No, that's fucking disgusting, and you're a disgusting human. Thank you for the $1 tip. Jay Hawkwood cheered and says, your concerns about Divinity are valid, but it's not a JRPG. No, it is not. You're correct. It's made by not a Japanese studio, but it's an incredibly long, drawn-out, lengthy, slow-based, patience-based, RPG, grid-based combat, I believe, right? And I know it's going to take about 72, weeks to beat. 72. Probably 72 sessions. So, yeah. I know what's going to happen once I start playing it. I just know. I'm not foolish. Alright. So, really quickly, shout-outs for the top cheers of the week so far. The week is still young. It's only Thursday. But thank you to the following people. Wooback Baby is currently in 10th place. We've got a triple tie for 7th between Dr. Tony Huge, Dinstar Rune, and Jay Hawkwood. Lights vs. Souls in 6th. We have a tie for 4th place between Rob on Wheels and Golden Cold. 3rd place is Darkside Kenny. 2nd place is That Dude Ross. And slightly ahead of him, with a 299,000 bit lead, Big B Wolf is in 1st place. Cheers. Big B Wolf. I appreciate that. I hope it's real. Right now, all indications are that the cheers from overpowered humans from last month are still real. They still look real, okay? So I hope they are. And there's a stink bug on my window that I'm going to get rid of right now because I don't want it fucking trying to get in here. Hold on. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking stupid stink bug, bitch. Fuck off. There we go. I slapped the shit out of the stink bug. So, here's a story. There was a stink bug that came on my window, my screen window here a few years ago, about 3 years ago. And back then, I hadn't taped up the window. Now I do. I have weatherproof tape. But the thing is, my screen is completely destroyed. The previous people who lived here were such fucking morons. They got satellite TV installed. How did they run the TV wire into the house? Did they drill holes? No. They ripped the fucking screen apart from the bottom of the window. And they cut the wires through the hole that they made in the window. They're complete fucking assholes. So when I moved in, the screen had giant rips and tears and holes in it. So now I've weatherproof taped it up. But about 3 years ago, I hadn't taped it up. It was like the beginning of the fall season. And a stink bug snuck into my office. Okay? So I killed it. But when you kill a stink bug, it actually it has this smell, this odor that comes out of it that attracts other bugs. So during the course of that day, I had 3 or 4 other bugs all crawl in my fucking window because of this fucking stupid stink bug. Okay? Very annoying. I don't want to deal with that. So I saw a stink bug on the screen. It's taped up. The screen is taped up, but I'm nervous the fucker will still find a way in somehow, so I just slapped the shit out of it. And it flew off the screen. Okay, then. All right, anyway. Shout out to Fun. The top sub-gifters of the week. Cashmere Goat, Kubi Contract, Diocletian 60, Eddie Bot, Super Batcat, Kyle, and Jalapeno Milk have all gifted a single sub. The Alcoholic Mormon so far has gifted 2 subscriptions this week. So thank you guys very much for that. The CYR Grizzly subscribed to the channel. Thank you, CYR Grizzly. Eurofan36 Charity says, how do you say your life changed since your financial situation improved? It says the vest streak and all your debt was removed for bankruptcy and everything. Keep it up. It's very simple. Am I rolling in dough right now? Absolutely not. Because most of the money I make still goes to bills or goes to back taxes. Right? I do have some money that I have now been able to, hold on to for things such as the upcoming PS5 release, small, improvements around here that I've needed to do. And that's a good thing. There's things around the house behind the scenes you guys don't know about. I mentioned earlier I had a plumber come to the house. Yeah, because earlier this year, I had a plumbing issue and I need a plumber to come fix it, and it cost a lot of money, hundreds of dollars. I had the money for it because I wasn't up to my eyeballs in debt anymore. And really, that's the situation I'm in now. Is I used to be, no exaggeration, for about 2-3 years. It was every day I was living dollar to dollar. A dollar came in, a dollar went out. It was already, every dollar I made was already attributed to something that I owed. Okay? And now, I've been able to rest easy this year and say I can actually go to sleep and not worry that I'm going to wake up in the morning with notices that my bank account was overdrawn, bills were not paid, overdraft fees up the ass, and all this crazy shit. That's good. That lets me be able to actually fucking have some peace of mind that I haven't had in years. Okay? Now, I'm not out of the woods. I've got all this situation where I'm paying back taxes every month and trying to catch up. I'm paying my monthly taxes every month now. I'm caught up on those. I'm paying my state. I'm doing everything right. I'm actually doing everything right. So because I'm doing everything right, it's still going to be many years until I'm all the way caught up on the back taxes shit. And once I'm caught up with that, then I think I'll really feel safer. Like, okay, the back taxes now are done. No one's coming after me for anything anymore. Now I can rest easy and say, okay, now I'm actually making good money and I can see what I can save. Because ideally, when you are making decent money at a job, what you should be doing is putting a little bit every month aside for savings. You should have a certain amount of money that's sitting somewhere for bad circumstances. Like, what's to say that tomorrow my fridge doesn't break and now I need a repairman to come repair my refrigerator? That's hundreds of dollars. And if I don't have the money for it, where does it come from when I have no credit, right? So these are the things you should be doing, and I haven't been able to do them for years because I've been up to my eyeballs in debt. Okay? So, Yeah, the major change in my life is I don't have the anxiety in the back of my head anymore that every day something can't be paid, something's behind and late fees, something has interest accruing on it because I can't pay it, overdraft, of your bank account, now you have no money. That was always, I'm serious, for years I lived dollar to dollar like that. Every dollar that came in had to go out. Now, finally, I have some flexibility, some leniency in that. This week in particular, it sucks because I had $1,700 fucking dollars in chargebacks that emptied my PayPal. That blows. So this week in particular, it sucks. But once I get paid by Twitch coming up, I should be back to the situation where it's not like that anymore. So that would be my major changes. Long term, like I said, long term, things are going to get much better. Long term, as long as I can maintain what I'm doing, I can continue to pay off what I owe, and everything gets back even Steven within a few years, I will be very, very happy. Okay? Big Bad Buffoon tipped me another $1. Is it true previous house owners were running an illegal chop shop in the garage? I have no idea. All I can do is speculate. Alright? I can tell you this. There were fucking stupid car stickers all over my garage, as if the guy was running some kind of an auto shop out of it. There is fucking oil stains on the garage floor. Okay? I found a ton of fucking license plates. In the garage that I turned over to police, and they basically said, nah, it's nothing, they got rid of them or whatever. But it was really stupid. Yeah, apparently, from talking to my neighbors, the people who lived here previous to me basically had people of all around this area bring their cars into the garage, and he was basically running an illegal business out of here. It wasn't registered, he wasn't paying taxes, but he was basically acting like he was working a car shop out of the garage. A chop shop? Probably not. Car shop? Maybe. My question is, why do you have so many license plates? It makes no sense to me why there were like 1 million license plates in here, right? But who fucking knows? They had free run to do whatever they wanted because apparently it was a bunch of kids, like 20-year-olds, running it. And the parents who owned the house went to Alaska like 8 to 9 months a year because the father was a fisherman. He was an actual like salmon fisherman or something. So he was gone 9 months and he let the kids run the house. Like, that's a great fucking idea, right? That's why a lot of the stuff here sucks. Our backyard, they put concrete down, probably because they weren't here to take care of the yard during the year. So they put concrete down. Now our backyard is a bunch of uneven concrete squares, which is terrible. Anyway, Sweaty Man JPEG did a 100-bit cheer and says, recipes to Wings Gangsta Grandma. All right. And we already talked about that yesterday. Yes, rest in peace. Eurofan cheers. It's solid stuff. Oh, how much do you make a month approximate? Let's listen to this fucking idiot. All right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to ban Eurofan because I'm not a fucking dunce, and this is someone who's trying to get personal information out of me that's none of their fucking business. So go fuck yourself. Enjoy your permanent ban for being a fucking idiot. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's about it. It's time to get ready. Are you guys ready for Ask the King? I hope so. I hope so. I hope you're ready. Like I said, this month, we'll have some good questions, but I don't know how good the show's going to be. If we end up running out of questions relatively early, then I'll go to the stream chat, but I don't know if necessarily this will be a 3-hour show like usual or not. We'll have to see. Okay? Jay Awkward cheered. He said, do you ever think about taking legal action against them? I had to do that in my old condo because they lied about a water leak. I've already explained this. There's no point. Because if you look at the things that they were supposed to do and didn't. Number one, they were supposed to clean up the garage and make it look new. They didn't. They left all their shitty-ass decals and car shit in there. And they also left...
he mashed a button and got a random
all the dirty shit in there. You know what I mean? Like, it looked like a fucking... Like they were using it as a garage. It was fucking stupid. Okay? Obviously, they were not supposed to do that, but they did that. They were supposed to check on all of the appliances and things in the house, including getting a full inspection and cleaning of the furnace. They didn't do that. I had to pay for that myself. I had to get the filters changed. They were absolutely disgusting. Looked like they had never changed them ever in the history of living here. There was a leak in the roof. And the leak was a minor one. It wasn't a major one, thank God. But I discovered it once I moved in. And we had to get it repaired. And then within a year, actually, we had all the roofings replaced here. All the roofing was replaced in the entire facility. So it didn't really matter. It didn't cost me any extra money. But all that stuff should have been taken care of by the previous owners. They didn't. Now, what am I going to do? Sue them in small claims court for what? You know, I didn't pay any money for the roof. That was covered by the condo association, right? I had to pay, I think it was like $50 to $70 for the guy to come do an inspection of my furnace and change the stuff out. You know, even if I tried it, it would take more money and effort to try to get what? Minimal return, almost no return out of it. There's no point in doing it whatsoever, okay? Just no point. So, no, I'm not going to do that. Stupid, absolutely stupid to even bother with it, all right? It would have been one thing if I discovered there was major problems with the house and I had to spend thousands and thousands of dollars to get it all fixed as soon as I moved in, and then I had to sue them and try to get money back. That's different. It wasn't. It was just, it's nuisances. Little nuisances in the house. Okay. All right, guys. That's it. Let us get started.
I don't have money to do it. 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 I don't have money to do it.
Hello? Hello? How you doing? My camera's a little off. Let me actually, my camera go up a little bit here. So, ladies and gentlemen, hello and how you doing?
Special delivery.
Today is Thursday, October 8th, 2020. I'm Darkside Phil, and I welcome you to Ask the King. This is the first episode of Ask the King that I've done in over 3 months because I've been so busy with game releases over the summer because this year has been such a different kind of year for gaming with the COVID pandemic screwing all the game release schedule up. Typically the summer is so slow, but this summer was really chock full of new releases. I mean, Ghost of Tsushima took us, almost a month to beat.
Thanks,
we had
Derek.
ongoing playthroughs that just took forever. So because of that, I really didn't have time, no downtime to really do the show. Normally it would have been kind of in September, but I delayed it a few weeks. So here we are in early October, and I finally decided to get around to it. Now, again, we're going to have this discussion. You know what? Do you guys,
the dog just a shot on
out
the
there,
front porch
feel
today?
that Ask
Why
the
don't
King
we
should
eat
still
the
be an
fucking shit
ongoing
right
show?
off the front porch?
The reason I have to pose this question is
delicacy,
because
doesn't
we
it?
talk every day on stream. Every single day, there's a pre-stream. We have discussions during the live streams of gameplay. We have this kind of a deal every day. And some people have even expressed their opinion. They're like, Phil, you got a $20 patron perk where if people pledge $20, they get their question answered on Ask the King. But don't they do that every day on stream? And the answer is, well, yeah, people ask me questions every day on stream. There's no guarantee that I'm going to give them a lengthy answer to anything, though. When you pledge to my Patreon on Ask the King, I will give you a huge answer to your question, dedicated segment of time on a show dedicated just for answering questions. But that being said, this year, I think I've had 2 questions asked by patrons. This show, none. So I definitely think that this format, okay, this format for Ask the King, it's not necessarily it's not mandatory anymore. But I'm okay with doing it. I'm okay with continuing the show. I realize that Ask the King is one of my longest running shows in history. This is episode, I think, 84, either 83 or 84 of the show. And that's crazy. This has been running since what, like 2010, 2011? Almost a decade, if not a decade at this point. So I understand that there are people who've been around for a long time who love the idea of the show, the fact that I've got a legacy show from my old content days that I still do in the modern era. All right, I get that. But ideally, does it make sense to do the show? I don't know. Someone proposed to me this week, instead of doing it like this format where I just answer your questions in a dedicated video or stream, that instead I do it as a segment every couple of months when I do a special marathon event. So for example, I just did a Rage-a-thon. This month, I'm doing a Halloween marathon. Maybe I could take an hour out of those marathons to answer your questions. Maybe, I don't know. I need your feedback. By all means, feel free to give me your feedback. Do you think Ask the King is something that has an essential purpose and should continue to happen moving forward? Or do you feel the show is outdated? I'll be honest with everyone. Getting people to ask questions for the show can be like pulling teeth sometimes. There was a rush of questions asked last minute because I asked people to post up questions last minute for it because almost no one had. And I did my best, as usual, to pick the most entertaining questions or questions that I felt would make a good show for you guys. We'll see how it turns out today. This may be a shorter show, depending on my answers or whatever. We'll have to see what happens, okay? So let's see. Let's give me your feedback. As always, the way the show goes is, number one, I answer questions from my forums. Then I answer questions from people who tweeted me today over at They Call Me DSP on Twitter. And then at the end of the show, if there's time, I take questions live from the stream chat. Now, if you guys contribute during the stream, I am going to do a live shout out during the show, but if you're posing a question in that contribution I may save that question for the end segment of the show where we answer questions from live viewers. So we'll see what happens with that as well. And maybe I have time to interject it, but I'm going to be focusing primarily on these questions. Now, this stream is just like a normal stream. By all means, guys, if you want to help out, please contribute. The best way is right here, sending me a tip right down there. I need the help this week because I got a ridiculous amount of chargebacks this week, which completely screwed me over. If you're watching this show on demand on YouTube, not live, please, if you like the show, please consider supporting it with a tip. I need the help this week. If I can get through this week, I should be all right, but it sucks that I just had so many chargebacks in 1 week. And hopefully now I've put these protections in place that people should not be able to be doing these anonymous express checkout tips anymore that are fake. So hopefully moving forward, I can trust the tips to be real. We'll find out, all right? But for now, let's see what happens, okay? All right, let's get started with Ask the King. We start off with forum questions, as I said. Now, normally I would be patron questions. There haven't been patron questions in a long time. So we're just going to start with a question from Jeff Bezos Right Nut. And he asked a question that for some people might think is personal or insulting. I don't actually feel it's personal or insulting because the guy asked in a very respectful manner. So I'm going to answer the question in a very respectful manner. Okay? He says, if you ever start going bald, would you rather shave it all off or deal with a bald spot and receding hairline? Or maybe try one of those hair growth treatments. Okay? First off, I am losing some of my hair. And I know I am as I get older. I'm 38 years old. And I realize that as I get older, this is going to happen. If you take a look at my hairline, it's not even. Right here, this side, I'm losing way more hair than this side. Now, actually, I've noticed on this side, it's actually started to lose a little bit recently, too. So I'm going to turn it to Vegeta, essentially. I'm going to have this fucking weird hairline here, and then the hair is going to start going up like this. It's going to look really weird, okay? In addition, the back of my head, I have a patch right here that's had lighter hair, like, forever. Like, even when I was young, I was told at the back of my head, I had a patch of hair right here that actually had less hair than the rest of my head. Now, the thing is, I've had a crew cut from the late high school days all the way through until 2010. And in 2010, I decided to grow my hair out and have it long like this for the last decade. So it wasn't until then that I realized that I actually had that lighter patch of hair back here again. Okay? There's nothing much I could do about this. You get older, this shit happens. Your hairline will recede. You'll have less hair. What am I going to do? Ultimately, I don't care. I'm being honest here. Ultimately, I don't give two shits. I don't. If I go back to a crew cut, I go back to a crew cut. If I go bald, I go bald. If I actually try to make the hair grow evenly again through hair treatments, which they have, maybe I'll do that. I don't care. I really don't give two shits. It's really about my wife. My wife is the person who has to see me all day long. My wife is the person who cares about how I look. So if she says, oh, try to fix the hair, I will. If she says, leave it be, I will. If she says, shave it off, I will. I don't care. It's just like people ask me about my beard. They say, Phil, your beard's all patchy. Like, actually, my beard isn't patchy. My beard is growing at the same rate it was 10 years ago when I first started growing it. But most of my beard hairs are now white. And you guys on camera see how white this looks? But it looks, oh, it's patchy. It's actually not. This is all white hair. So on the camera, it catches in a way that makes it look almost transparent. But it's really just all white hairs. Do I need to dye the hairs black? No, I don't care. I don't fucking care. I don't give two shits. But if my wife says, oh, I don't like how that looks, dye it, I will. Or she says, you know what? It's not really working anymore because it's all white. Shave it off. I will. It's really up to her, not up to me. She's the one who has to see it all day, every day, not me. So it's her call. As of right now, everything seems to be all right, and no one's really saying anything. You know what I mean? Like, she doesn't really care, so I'll leave it as is until one day she makes a decision and she says, I like this or like that, then I would do it. I don't care. I've always been like, I don't give a shit. It's like the least important thing to me. When I wake up in the morning, I just don't care. It's not a big deal. And it's funny because in the last few years, as you know, as I've become a full-time streamer, and I now need to have a webcam on constantly. Oh, I got to wake up. I got to brush my hair for streaming. Before then, I didn't at all. I would come to stream with fucking hair going wild and shit. I didn't care. I'm just a normal dude, right? I don't care about that shit. You're certainly never going to be able to accuse me of being a metrosexual. All right. Okay. Next question from 100 Gex. Now, this is a question that I've been asked over the years. I'll answer it again in the best way that I can. All right. He says, if you were to instantly be granted $100 million today, with no strings attached, how would you spend it? Presumably, you'd fix your tax situation. After that, what would you do? Would you continue streaming and stream less often? I often find it fun to daydream about the scenario. Well, if I were to make $100 million, no strings attached, that would mean no taxes or maybe post-tax or whatever. $100 million is insane amount of money. It's way more than anyone would ever need to live. Seriously, it is. It's just exorbitant amounts of money. So I can tell you right now, yes, obviously the first thing I would do, any debt, any existing debt that I have, pay off my back taxes, pay off this house, pay off my car. I would ask my parents, what debts do you have? Obviously, my wife, to pay off any debts that she has. Pay off all debts with myself and my family, direct family members would be immediately paid off. That's number one. Number two, I would likely donate a lot of it. Because once everything's paid off and I see how much I actually have, I'd probably look at it and say, okay, I have this much money. I really don't need that much money. $100 million is a ridiculous amount of money. So I would probably just go ahead and donate a bunch of it. Now, where would I donate it? I don't know, because when you have that much money, you actually can make a big impact to something, a ginormous positive impact. So I would want to actually look into, charities and things, find one that's legit, find one that I feel would be super beneficial for me to contribute to. And I would probably do a big, or maybe multiple contributions, split it up and do a contribution here, there, and help a bunch of charities or whatever. Okay? Now, in addition to that, what I would do is invest. And what I mean by that is I would try to diversify. Even though I love being a streamer, and I've said this a million times, if I won the lottery today, I would still stream. Would I stream in the capacity I do now, 6 days a week full time? No. I would probably stream 3-4 times a week, way more casual time frame. It wouldn't be super strict having to stream, 4 hours of gameplay, one stream, 2 to 3 hours of the other. I probably would be more laid back and relaxed, play way less games. But I love doing this. I love having the interactions we have. I tell you right now, I'd immediately turn off all contributions. You guys would not be able to contribute crowdfunding whatsoever because I wouldn't need the money. I would tell you guys, go donate to a cause or do this or that and do something worthwhile with your money, then donate to me. Okay? And then, of course, I would invest. Like I said, I would probably have some kind of savings, but in addition to that, I would invest. Maybe I would buy some, like I've talked about, buy some franchises, have some businesses out here in my name. That's a different way to make money besides just streaming. Maybe finally do that restaurant that I've been talking about for how many years now. Do my own restaurant where I can have this cool thing that's not online related, a real brick and mortar business that I can sink and invest into, maybe become a staple out here, because there are almost no good Italian restaurants out here. There's one that's kind of crappy. It's like a fusion restaurant that's not good. There's one that's pretty good, but bad location in my opinion. And there's one that's Americanized Italian food that's not really authentic. It's still good, but it's not authentic. I could do like an authentic Italian restaurant. I would probably want to do something like that. So anyway, that's the bottom line. I would, number one, pay off all existing debts for myself and all my family members. Number two, I would probably donate a ton of money. And number three, I would probably have a savings and invest a bunch of money into things outside of streaming. So that way I've diversified my assets. Okay? Fair enough? Okay. Chloe asks, I was wondering if you had not pursued a career with YouTube or Twitch, is there any career path you would have chosen and why? The thing is, Chloe, my life's been chaotic. My life was not pre-planned. I'm not one of those people who, like, when I was growing up, I said, I absolutely want to do this for a living no matter what, and I'm going to do everything I can to live up to that goal, whether it's years of schooling and, internships or whatever. I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. I was the valedictorian of my high school, but I wasn't accepted to any of, like, the big-name colleges, despite the fact that I had a straight-A record, extracurriculars. Why? Because I was white and I didn't have money. So if you're white and you don't have money to actually outright pay to go to one of those top colleges in the United States, you don't get accepted. It's that simple. If you're going to need financial aid, you don't get accepted to those colleges. So because I didn't know someone at those colleges to get my foot in the door, I had to go to decent colleges. I mean, I went to Fairfield University. It's known as a pretty good college. But I didn't have any, let me put it this way. I didn't have any way to get networking so that I could get a job out of college. I started off college, I wanted to do a computer science major because that was the 90s, was the big heightened tech stuff. That was when the websites were exploding, internet businesses were exploding. And then when I was in college, literally the tech bubble burst and all the jobs vanished in the job market for computer science. In addition, the teachers they had there for computer science were absolutely god-awful and couldn't teach to save their lives. They were really good coders, but they couldn't actually relay that knowledge of how to actually code to the students. I came in with no knowledge of computer coding at all, and the guy couldn't teach me basic shit. Meanwhile, kids who were coming in who had previous years of experience were telling me, yeah, you needed to come into this school with previous experience because he hasn't explained any base level shit. He just expects you know everything, which is just bullshit. I'm going to college to learn computer programming. Why do I already need to know computer programming? Dumb shit, right? So I changed my major in college from computer programming over to business and then eventually a major in finance. Unbeknownst to me, all right, to really get a job in finance, you needed to know someone. Just like to get into a good college, you needed to know someone to get into a job in finance. So here I am working in college, all right, and I'm busting my ass just to make ends meet. I'm working a full-time job during college to pay for college. So I have no free time. I'm all day, every day I'm either working or I'm in class, and then weekends, maybe I get one day a week where I get to actually go like play Street Fighter or go to a tournament or something, right? Which was my hobby. That was my life during my 4 college years. I didn't have tons of free time to spend with friends or anything. I was working my ass off. So how was I supposed to then get experience or get networking skills so I could get a job when I graduated from college? Maybe if I was filthy rich, right, and I didn't have to work during college, I would have had tons of free time and I could have done internships and all kinds of shit. I wasn't given that opportunity. So when I graduated from college, no one would hire me for a finance job. So I ended up working at a company that I thought was a finance job, but it wasn't. It was predatory lending. Lending mortgages and credit cards to families with horrible credit scores who don't know how to manage their finances and basically giving them insanely high loan-to-value loans. Imagine you already are terrible with money, and a company latches onto that and gives you a 95% loan-to-value loan on your home. What that means is that, let's say your home's worth $100,000, they would give you a loan for $95,000 against your house. You have no equity, nothing. You own nothing, essentially, okay? That's what we were doing. It was predatory lending in the hopes they would default and we would steal a house. That's what my company was that I was working for. So after working for them for a year and having issues with that, I went and worked for Best Buy. Best Buy for Business. Now, I've told that story a million times, right? How they hired me to be someone who knows technology and is going to sell technology to small business owners, but they didn't actually follow through. And within 8 months of working there, they were trying to get rid of the whole program, and they framed me and fired me, lying to get me out of the company so that I wouldn't be paid anymore the big money that they were basically paying me, way more than the line-level person in the store, for a team that was a failure. So that didn't work out. Then I went to work for a helicopter company, all right, which my dad currently was working at the time. I get in as a customer service rep, and within 2 years, they recognize that they want me to do more than just being a customer service rep because I'm a leader in the company and I go above and beyond. So they put me into continuous improvement work, which means that they're training me to do this process by which I look at a company, how they work from start to finish, and I look at a certain process that company does that basically they feel needs improvement. Maybe it's too slow, it's not profitable enough, there's bottlenecks and holdups, and I would map out that process, finding the points that need improvement, bring in the employees who do those processes, redesign those processes from the ground up, improve them, roll out the changes, and now measure with metrics the improvements to the business. This is what I was trained to do, and I did it for 2 years. And after completely redesigning the repairs process of this helicopter company from start to finish, and actually not only improving it, but making them get more money for it, they laid me off. They never paid me for it. They paid me as a customer service rep for 4 years, but had me for 2 of those years doing continuous improvement work, never paid me $1 to fucking do it, and then laid me off after the fact. That's my employment history. Like, you see what I mean? With that history, how could I ever have planned on wanting to do something with my life? My life has been chaotic, going from job to job, being mistreated at every job, being treated like a piece of data on a spreadsheet rather than a human. Every major company I've ever worked for mistreated me. So how could I possibly say I had a roadmap of what I wanted to do if I wasn't a YouTube streamer or content creator? I never wanted to be a YouTube streamer or content creator. This fell into my lap as something to do when I was laid off from my job at that helicopter company. I would have loved to be a person who had a roadmap. And this was a stable roadmap of something that I could have done my whole life, and I would have never had the chaotic uncertainty that I had for my whole life. It just never happened. In fact, as crazy as it sounds, all right, as crazy as it sounds, this job that I'm doing now is the most stable job I've ever had in my life. What? Yes, even with YouTube falling apart, the destruction of my YouTube channels, the adpocalypse, all the fake shit that happens to me on a daily basis, like false DMCA claims, slander about me all over the internet, all the shit that affects me daily, chargebacks, all that stress and nonsense, this job is still the most consistent and stable job I've ever had in my entire fucking life. I've been doing this for 10 years. Right? I've been doing this for 10 years. 10 years. I've never done another job in my life for 10 years. Even though this job has evolved, for sure, right? At first, I was just doing videos offline, dicking around. Then I did co-op videos with people. Then I started branching out and doing other things like reviews of food, reviews of games, commentary videos on other things outside of gameplay. Then I did like something creative like Project 7. Then I got into the direct capture live streaming shtick. For 3.5 years now, I've been a full-time live streamer, and I put out way different content than I used to. Yes, I've evolved, but I'm still doing the same thing. I'm my own boss. I'm putting out gameplay and entertaining content for you guys on a daily basis, and this has been the most consistent thing I've ever done in my life. It's crazy, because I played that game. I went through high school and college intending to get a job and just have that be my career. I played by the rules, what my parents wanted me to do, and everyone told me this is what you should do in America to become successful. And I was mistreated, I was dumped, fired, laid off, and treated like shit everywhere I went. They just didn't care about anyone who actually wanted to work hard. They wanted someone who was basically a pushover or a kiss ass. And I'm never, you know, guys know me, I've never been one of those things in my whole life. It's one of the reasons why you won't see me getting the Xbox Series X Advanced Console preview, because no one's going to send me that shit, because I'm not going to kiss Microsoft's fucking ass. You know, I don't do that shit. I'm an honest guy. I have been my whole life. So, no. Chloe, I couldn't tell you what career could I have pursued if I didn't do YouTube or Twitch. I don't know. I would have been happy if, when I was at that helicopter company, if they had actually come through with their promises. It's after 2 years of doing work above and beyond what I was expected to do as a customer service rep. If I was actually treated nicely and I was given a job as continuous improvement, and I would have loved to do that work. I actually enjoyed that work when I did it. And I actually really liked seeing how the hard work that I put in improved a business overall and made them more profitable, right? But then the company decided that, oh, we don't give a fuck that he did that, and dumped me. Like I said, within a 2-month period, the repairs process was improved. They started immediately seeing improvement in turn times and profitability of that program. They gave me a award. It was above and beyond the Call of Duty award. Big document they gave me. No money involved, but just an award. There was a presentation for it and everything. Congratulations, Phil, for going above and beyond and redesigning our repairs process. And then in 2 months, they shifted me to another department, said, we have no work for you, and laid me off. So that's what I mean. I would have loved to keep doing that. But that's how they treated me, you know? It is what it is, I guess. That's American corporate culture. They don't give two fucks about the employees. It's rare in America where you find a company that actually cares about its employees and will treat them properly. And to them, you're just a number on a spreadsheet. You're just a cog in a big wheel, a big machine. You know what I mean? And they will dispose of you whenever they feel like it. You did good work for us, now get the fuck out. They did the same thing with my dad. My dad was busting his ass doing continuous improvement work for them, and they laid him off too. So, it is what it is. All right, continuing on. Eternal Napalm says, what are some of the best game soundtracks you've ever heard? Which ones resonated with you beyond your time playing the game? For me, I'm a child of the 80s and 90s, right? So when I think classic game soundtracks, Super Mario Brothers, that music is going to stick with my head forever, of course. Zelda, for me, Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past, because that was my first major Zelda game that I played from start to finish, and I played it a billion times because I loved it so much. So that music, of course, the soundtrack of Street Fighter 2 is the soundtrack I've heard most in my life. Seriously, like, I've played more of any video game. It's been Street Fighter 2 more than any other game, and I've heard that soundtrack more than any other game in history. So Street Fighter 2 has to be up there. Of course, then I have to go with the classic RPGs that I grew up with, like Final Fantasy 4 and 6, Chrono Trigger. Those, you know, those soundtracks are so, like, every time I hear those music, I get pumped, I get excited, because I feel like back to my childhood sitting around playing fun JRPGs, you know. So that would be my music. Now, of course, there's been amazing games with amazing soundtracks. So the first Mass Effect comes to mind. Blue Dragon comes to mind. You know, games like that, I can say, wow, those are soundtracks that'll stand out forever or whatever. The Uncharted theme, the title theme from Uncharted is so amazing. But for me, when you ask me about music and games, I'm always going to go back to those classics that I grew up with, okay? All right, let's shift over and let's actually do a few cheers, and then we'll shift back to the forum questions. So, Black Mage C-Type did a 101-bit cheer, biggest cheer of the day so far. Says, I don't know about Ask the King, but I asked fans to vote for Barry Burton and Corpse Killer 25th Anniversary Edition on the King of Hate forums. Make Halloween Marathon great again. That's it. He really wants me to be Barry Burton for Halloween, and he really wants to see me play Corpse Killer during the Halloween event. You can do both of those things. For example, you can nominate games for the Halloween event by typing exclamation point marathon in the stream chat right now. You can vote for the costume by typing exclamation point costume. Cheers and thank you for the cheer, sir. Morningstar 2126 just did a 200-bit cheer and said, me and my friend have been watching your content since 2012. I discovered your channel, of course, through This Is How You Don't Play videos, which led to us watching your real videos. Yeah, and that's perfectly fine. There was one point many years ago where I was an idiot, and I thought that stuff was bad. In my opinion, I don't care if you make fun of my gameplay at all. I just don't give a shit. I really don't. I don't think that it's malicious to the point where it hurts me for someone to watch a montage of my content on someone else's channel. A lot of people have told me over the years they saw those compilations, and then they actually come over to the streams of the videos, and then they like the stuff, and they watch live. Here's an example. Morningstar just cheered. Thank you for the support, Morningstar. All right? Where I think it goes too far is obviously the people who are saying personal insults, conspiracy theories, and just wild nonsense about me that has nothing to do with my content that I put out on stream. But we won't go there. All right? So thank you, Morningstar, for the cheer. Sweaty Man JPEG did 100-bit cheers. As a professional software engineer for 10 years, I'll confirm you have to have some knowledge of coding to succeed in computer science programs. You need to have the mindset of a person who experiments with technology, tries things and breaks them, then fixes them. Right. I went into college with the being explained to that we have entry-level computer science programs here, where you don't need to have any prerequisite knowledge of computer science. You can just come and, I mean, it was supposed to be Comp Sci 101, like the first intro class, intro to computer science. And he's teaching things that are advanced computer science, and you need to have prerequisite knowledge. And I'm like, what am I even paying for school for? If I have to go learn coding before I take the intro course to coding, then why am I going to college? What am I paying for? I'm wasting my own money and time because this motherfucker is so stupid. He's teaching advanced shit in the intro course. Archangel 007 resubscribed for 2 months in a row, 30 total. He said, my longest relationship lasted only 26 months. Well, it looks like your sub lasted longer than that, so thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. Thanks a lot for the support. All right. Let's go. Let's continue. PW Dubs had 2 different questions that I chose. He actually asked a ton, but I chose 2 particular questions that I felt were pretty pertinent to today's show. So his first question is, do you think games that are released at the beginning of the year are easily forgotten about and overshadowed by other releases? For example, one of my favorite games of this year has been Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, and I feel that it is being forgotten about due to the likes of games like Last of Us 2 and Ghost of Tsushima. Yes, this happens all the time. Games that come out within the first 2 to 3 months of the year almost always get forgotten by the end of the year. It's silly, in my opinion. There have been years, like, for example, I remember when Resident Evil 5 came out. Now, admittedly, Resident Evil 5 was not perfect and had flaws, but it was a great game. And by the end of the year, like, no one was having it in their best of the year countdowns, and I'm like, what? It was an outstanding game. It really was, but it came out early in the year, and people forgot about it. Resident Evil 7 came out in January. Again, by the end of the year, it's like people don't remember January. Now, this year in particular is going to be a weird one. We had the pandemic, right? Yes, I remember Dragon Ball Z Kakarot came out in, what was it, like February? But I couldn't even tell you 3 games that came out from January to March. All I could tell you was, like, once the rush of games started coming out in the summer, then I remember. Like, I remember Last of Us 2, Ghost of Tsushima. I can't really remember any games. Like, I guess Doom Eternal, right? Was it April? But outside of that, I couldn't even tell you. This year has been so screwed up, time-wise for releases, that I would almost guarantee you by the end of the year, we will not remember half the games that we played the first half of the year. The other thing that's really weird to me, you got the Game of the Year awards, right? And even though we all agree they're not official, it's nice that Jeff Keighley every year sits down with people from all different walks of gaming life. You got people who are game devs, you got people who are people who are in the media, and they sit down, they vote on the best games of the year. They never allow games that come out in December to be part of the Game Awards. You ever notice that? The Game Awards, there's some games that some years have come out in December that are great, and they never even consider them as, like, Game of the Year contender, and it blows my mind, because it's like, just because it came out a couple weeks before your award show doesn't mean it didn't come out in 2020, and doesn't mean it should be forgotten. But that always tends to happen. So anyway, yeah, it's definitely a thing, okay? Now, PWW, that's another question. Do you find it hard to balance playing games and interacting with chat sometimes? I don't have that complaint, but I have seen other chat members complain. My opinion of this is that it's stressful enough. Having to live stream games and interacting with every message is impossible. Very true. Listen, I've been doing this interactive style live streaming now for 3.5 years, okay? And what I can tell you is definitely has its pitfalls, but it has its very positive moments as well. There have been really awesome times when I'm playing a game and you guys give me either a piece of aid that allows me to do something in the game that normally I never would be able to do, or you add something to the lore of a game that I don't understand because it's not apparently clear from what's going on in the game just from the game itself. And I'm like, wow, really? That's a revelation, and that actually makes the enjoyment even better. I love seeing your live reactions to what I'm doing. When something happens in a game, I get to see a laugh at it live, or you know what I mean? That's really cool. That's really neat. And the interaction that we have, having conversations during games that otherwise maybe wouldn't be the most riveting. Minecraft, Morrowind, Animal Crossing, just a few that come to mind from this year. These are playthroughs that never would have worked with my old style of gameplay. They worked now because of the interactive streams, okay? At the very same time, you got to understand that there's no way that I can interact with every person on a stream. There may be people who absolutely want a certain question answered or absolutely want to talk to me about a certain topic, and it's just not going to happen. I'm streaming right now, probably, I don't know because I don't look at viewer count. I would guarantee you there's probably about 300 people on the stream right now. Roughly, I'm just guessing, estimating. I can't interact with every one of those. If every person had a question, how do I answer 300 questions, right? Right now, we got a stream chat that's running, and I glance at it every once in a while. It's very hard for me to scan everyone's comment and see if someone's trying to talk to me or have a question. If you tag me in the stream chat, I'll see it at a higher capacity. Obviously, if you contribute via cheering, subbing, or tipping, those contributions gets put into a separate queue that I look at here. It's my Streamlabs queue. And that queue I actually read directly because I want to give shout outs for contributions. So that gives an increased chance that I can see what you're saying. But there's no guarantee. And the other thing is this. Some people don't realize that sometimes when I'm doing a certain type of stream, I don't want to derail the stream. For example, I'm playing Super Mario Galaxy. We're in the middle of a difficult purple star run, trying to get all the purple stars on a stage. Someone tags me 10 times in the stream chat, trying to ask me a question that has absolutely nothing to do with anything we're doing today. Chances are I'm going to ignore it. That just keeps the stream flowing. If I completely say, okay, hold on, pause, and I put down the controller. Now I'm going to sit here and do a 10-minute answer to your question before I pick the controller back up. That's derailment of the stream. There's a time and a place for that. The pre-stream is the right place for giant lengthy questions where you want an elaborate answer. Ask the King is the perfect opportunity for that. During a random gameplay session is not. If I'm playing a chill game where the gameplay isn't so riveting or time-consuming or attention-grabbing that, yeah, we could take time out to do a question like that, that's different. But in general, if I'm doing an action-packed stream, a game that's very difficult or needs challenge or needs a lot of attention, I'm not going to answer every question. You see? And so what happens is sometimes people will come here and they'll want to get, they'll have an agenda. I have a question I need answered by Phil today. And then they get upset because I'm not paying attention to it, you know. The other thing is sometimes you'll get a troll tip. You'll get a troll cheer. And that's something that maybe is insulting to me or my family, or it's a detractor meme that I know I don't want to acknowledge on the stream. And then people somehow will say, oh, see, Phil's ignoring people. He doesn't pay attention to his fans. No. I know what I'm doing. I've been doing this for 3.5 years now, and I feel that, you know, I'm getting better at it. I'm certainly not perfect at it, but I'm getting better at it, and I'm getting better at juggling those kind of situations, trying not to take bait when people are trying to bait me into stupid conversations or certain topics that are controversial, trying not to just let people bring up detractor memes constantly that are going to derail the stream. You know, I'm doing my best. Again, I'm not flawless, and I'm trying to do better. I am. Every day when I do a stream, I try to improve, and I try to do better in some way. I hope you guys understand that I know that I'm not perfect, and I'm trying to improve, but, you know, it's hard. There's people who want interaction, and I can't give every single person the interaction that they crave when there's hundreds of people on a stream. It's just not possible. However, what I would like to say is I feel that my streams are at a good level, that when people do really want interaction, they get it. If you really need my attention, you got a question you want answered, you could contribute via a method that'll put that into my queue at Streamlabs, and you know I'm going to probably address it, right? So at least I haven't grown to the point where it's just uncontrollable. People are constantly just, and there's just so much white noise that there's no way I could even pull out a question to answer. You know what I mean? It is manageable, and I'm happy about that. I'm happy that I have this personal interactions with you guys. I feel like I have we have a back and forth versus it's not just me talking out to an abyss of a bajillion thousand people out there watching. You know, I honestly don't know if I were someone who was a big streamer like these Dr. Disrespects and Ninjas. I don't know if I would like that. I think I might actually hate it. I might hate my job. Because not being able to have that personal interaction kind of sucks. Being honest here. That's part of the big enjoyment that I get out of every day, having a real conversation with some of you. And if I couldn't do that, I don't know if I would really enjoy my job. So maybe things happen for a reason. Maybe the fact that I didn't become a sissy screamer at horror games 10 years ago, the fact that I didn't adopt every viral popular thing that people did on YouTube, maybe it all happened for a reason so that I could get to where I am today and actually have what I consider meaningful streams. I don't know. Who knows? All right, let's continue on. Derek had a question, and he asked the following. Back in the last decade, the early 2010s, how did you manage to juggle playing so many video game releases that came out on release day? Was it that you really wanted to play all those games and you were interested in all of them? You wanted to be the first person to check them out and get that footage up on YouTube? Or did it have something to do with your gaming schedule and calendar? Like, how did you discern what games you wanted to play, and how did you handle juggling so many games? Derek is correct. Back when I used to be exclusively a YouTuber, not a live streamer, I was not doing direct capture, I was not live streaming at all, I played more games. If you actually go back to that period and you look at the amount of footage that I was putting out, of course you could argue, well, it's way more videos because I was only doing 10-minute long videos back then. That's fair enough. But if you just look at the sheer number of gameplay, the amount of gameplay I was putting out in a day, it was way more than what I was doing right now, okay? Being honest. Some days, I would start playing in the early afternoon, and I would play till 8 at night, take a break to eat, come back and play for another 3-4 hours. So you're talking, what? That's like 12 hours of gameplay in a day. I don't do nearly that now. Now, what do I do? At most 6, right? I mean, the exception would have been the Rageathon where I was actually streaming for 12 hours. But, you know, the thing is, it was a very, very different world back then. 10 years ago, YouTube was a very different place than it is today. The whole gaming culture was different than it is today. Back then, there was no advanced copies that went out to content creators or influencers. All right? Everyone was the same. You had to line up at GameStop or whatever your respective game store was to get the game just like everyone else. You would get it at the same time as everyone else. Midnight releases, many of them I attended to get the game as early as possible. And then it would be a mad dash to get home and be the first person to play that game and get footage of it out on YouTube because that was the business back then. Okay, who can get the playthrough up first? That was a big thing. And there were some people who would actually break the rules and steal games. I'm serious. There was one particular YouTuber who I hated. I don't know if he's still around today. But he was infamously known as a guy who had contacts who would steal games behind the scenes. He was someone who worked for GameStop or worked for Best Buy. And they would provide the games to him a week early, and he would play them on YouTube a week early. And sometimes he'd get copyright issues because of that. Because he was basically a scumbag. He was breaking the law so he could get the games early and get all the views. But I was just like you guys. I would line up in line and get as many games as I could at launch, and I didn't care what kind of game it was. If it was a fighting game, a shooter game, a racing game, an RPG, whatever it was, I would try to play it. As long as it was known as a release that was going to get some kind of a following, I would play it. A lot of the times, because I was the YouTuber who got gameplay up of a game first, I would actually give exposure to a game that it normally wouldn't have gotten if it wasn't for me. Which was cool. People told me, thousands of people would tell me, man, I didn't know what this game was, and I went and bought it because I saw your playthrough on launch day, and thanks so much for that, okay? But admittedly, doing the offline video recording and no live streaming was a very different life experience. Let's talk. First of all, I was a single back then. I was a bachelor, living in a bachelor pad in Connecticut. I didn't have any life responsibilities except going to work during the day. And then, of course, when I lost my job in late 2010 and I became my full-time job to do this, now I had no responsibilities but just recording all day, right? So it was just complete free time. At all times, it was free time for me. And so I would play every game and I would record a ridiculous amount. My schedule was so messed up. I would basically play to the wee hours in the morning. Some days, like, drinking profusely. I'm being honest with you guys. I told you about this, that I had a past for substance abuse where I was drinking way too much. And some nights I would just drink. That's why you would see those drunken videos that I would put out on YouTube. Drunken Fallout 3 and late night drunken playthrough at release day and stuff like that. Okay? I would drink and play, I would upload, go to sleep, sleep way into the afternoon, some days getting up at like 1, 2 in the afternoon, and then immediately start playing games. Play from games from like 2 in the afternoon to like 7 at night, upload that footage, go get fast food, wolf food down, get right back to playing. So like 8 to like 2 in the morning, I'm playing more and put more footage out. So maybe I would play 2 games a day. I would get 5 hours of gameplay of each game out, right? And then within a week, I've beaten them because the games are, 10, 15 hours long. So within 2, 3 days, I've beaten 2 games, full playthroughs, bam, on YouTube. Go trade those fucking games in, get half my money back, get new games, wash, rinse, repeat, all right? But the content was very different than how it was now. First of all, I had no life. I didn't have a family, nothing. It was just games, 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 games. That was my lifestyle back then. Very different from now and much less enjoyable, let me tell you. I had no interaction with my audience. The only interaction I had with you guys was maybe a little bit on Twitter or reading comments on videos. That was it. There was no social interaction to get direct feedback about anything. So I never really knew how I was doing. I had to judge it based on YouTube views. Okay? It was a very unhealthy lifestyle. Let's be honest here. You know, the sleep schedule was terrible. I was drinking all the time. I was eating unhealthy food constantly. It was a very, very unhealthy schedule. I wouldn't be surprised if the year of late 2010, when I first started doing this for a job because I lost my office job, through like 2013, I wouldn't be surprised if those 2 to 3 years took 10, 15 years off my life for the way that I was living. It was just not good, okay? It wasn't until I basically moved here in 2014 that I kind of got my life back together. And honestly, it wasn't until Kat moved in with me that I finally got on a really better schedule, a more normal human fucking schedule of not being up till the wee hours of the morning, right? And not waking up late afternoons. I had to get back to a normal life schedule. And it took a while, but I did. I'm back on a normal life schedule now, which is good. But anyway, getting back to Derek's question, I was just playing every game possible. I didn't care about the quality of the playthrough. It was just getting the playthrough out. So, like I said, I would rush through games that have, if you played them and took your time, you could get 20 hours, and I'd beat them in 8 hours and put the playthrough out, done, next game. That's how I treated it. And a lot of people back then gave me very valid criticism and said, Phil, you turbo through games. You don't take your time at all, so you miss out on most of the content. And then you actually have the balls to review the game, even though you didn't even play entire modes. And those people were correct. I was rushing content out to be the first guy on YouTube to get it out so I could get those cheap day one views and make the money and then move on to the next game. It wasn't about the quality of the playthrough, the enjoyment of the game. It was just about putting out the content. And over the years, I have definitely changed to now be more about having a fun play. Look at this. Look at my Super Mario Galaxy playthrough from 8 years ago versus this one now, right? Complete night and day. Now, I took my time, I looked for every secret star, completed every challenge, saw every optional piece of content, and enjoyed the game thoroughly because I took my time. Back then, it was rush, 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 beat, beat, beat. You see, it's just so different. It's just so different. And here's the thing. Over the years, things have changed anyway. Even if I still wanted to be Mr. Day One Views, I couldn't be. Because now, sadly, there is this established group of golden content creators. People who, Microsoft, Sony, Bethesda, Activision, the big companies have rubber stamped. These are the big guys that they want to be known as the people to promote their games. They're not content creators like me. They're not gamers or content creators. They're influencers. And those people get the fucking games early. They play them a week to 2 weeks early. No one else is allowed to do so. Only them. So they get to put gameplay and content, sometimes entire playthroughs of these games up so early. There's no way a guy like me, who's just an honest guy, not trying to fucking, do a paid advertisement, but actually play a game for what it is at face value, there's no way that I could hang in that kind of content creation like I used to. It's just not possible. The whole game has changed from the ground up. The companies who make the games now have marketing departments that reach out to the influencers to give them the content first. So they will always be the golden kids who get to put out the content first, while someone like me who's busted his ass for 12 years, I have to just be just like you, line up and get the games just like you, get them digitally just like you, paying for everything that I do, and I'm okay with that. That's what I stand for. But it was very different 10 years ago when everyone was on a level playing field and there weren't these elitist selected content creators and influencers who got everything early. It was all about being the person to get it first and put the content out, quality content right away. But let's be honest, that doesn't really go in line with my current philosophy anymore. It just doesn't. If I were able to get the games at launch today or earlier than launch, I wouldn't do that kind of content that I did back then. I wouldn't rush out the playthrough. I'd be taking my time and doing playthroughs that are interactive with you guys. So it's still different. You know, I've evolved over the years. I wouldn't be doing the kind of content that I did back then. But back then it was whatever game was AAA and everyone knows about it, I got to play it. I don't even care what game it is or whatever, and I'm going to rush through it, get the playthrough, go to the next. That was my attitude back then. Very, very different from how I determine things now. Now it's, gee, would this be a game that, number one, I'm going to enjoy? Number two, the viewing audience will enjoy. Number three, a game that will make a good interactive playthrough for streams. There's all these factors now that I have to play in. If I'm going to play a JRPG, is this going to be a JRPG that I can beat within 2 months or 10 months? You see? Fire Emblem, as much as people wanted to see it, not a great game for streaming. Just being honest here. Too drawn out, too lengthy, and people lose interest. I did it because it was a viewer's choice playthrough, but you see, I have to weigh and balance these things now versus back then it was just rush through everything. Who cares, right? Different attitude, different situations. Okay. The next question is from Muba. This is a funny one, all right? This one, I got a laugh out of it, so I'm just going to be honest here. Muba asked the following question. What are your thoughts on the facts that detractors get less than a quarter of viewers and contributions when they do not stream content related to you? And he actually linked Almighty Tevin streaming on YouTube, playing a game for himself, because I wasn't streaming at the time, playing a game for himself, only has 150 viewers, and no one's contributing to his stream. Okay? Now, flip side of that, Tevin restreams me, gets, 600, 700, 800 viewers, and people are tossing the money left and right. Right? Okay. Here's the truth. The content that they put out is lampooning style content. It's content that is reliant on someone like me to be putting out content because they cannot do things for themselves. They are known as critiques or lampooners. They could not put out original content that people will want to watch. That's not what they do. Now, I'm not saying that there's not any kind of entertainment value to making fun of someone or lampooning someone. What I'm saying is they're riding my coattails. If I don't exist, they don't exist. So that's why when we get people who are trying to take me down with false DMCA claims and shit like that, I know that's not them. Those guys rely on me to be here consistently putting out content, so they have content to put out. If I don't exist, they don't exist. I know they would never be the person to try to hit me with a false DMCA claim, and I would hope that their viewers would also be smart enough to understand that when you're trying to ruin my business, you're ruining things for everyone, not just me, but everyone around. Anything that I do gets it ruined if I can't put out my content anymore, But the problem here is where does it end, right? Where's the extent of what happens and where does it end? Could it be that someone who watches that kind of negative lampooning style content thinks that they should take it upon themselves to end me and end my presence on the internet because I'm an evil person because someone tells them that much every time that they lampoon me? I don't know. I don't know who these people are. Who the fuck is the person giving me the false DMCA claims and the fake tips every day? I don't even know who they are, so I can't answer to that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know these people. They're crazy in the head. But anyway, what's my feeling on these people who cannot put out entertainment content for themselves, but they rely on me? It's very simple. Their viewing audience is my viewing audience. It's true. Tevin only exists because of me. He never would have been known on the internet if he never made fun of me. All right? And quite frankly, it's nice that he has entertainment value enough for his viewership, that he makes money doing it. Fine. But understand that you only exist because of me. So you better be fucking grateful, And the thing is, I've already said outright, I'm never, ever going to take down one of those streams. You're never going to see me putting out copyright claims against people. I don't play that game. I'm not. That's stupid as hell. It's such semantics to say that one thing's legal and one thing's not. I'm not going to do that shit. So if you ever see, someone's stream got taken down by Phil, I didn't do that. I've never done that ever, and I never will. All right? But at the same time, I would hope that you understand that this whole thing is a great joke, right? You're going to make fun of me, it's a joke. You make money out, you should be grateful that you're making money off of making fun of me, right? And don't take it too far. When you make personal insults about my family members and about things that go way too fucking far past the level of just the content I'm putting out, that's when you've crossed the line and you've become a scumbag. All right? So if you like that content because it makes fun of me and the stupid things I do on stream, fine, fair enough. But if you like that content because someone takes personal digs at my wife or personal information about us that's not public on the internet, or not public on my streams, but they dig it up somewhere on the internet and it's not for anyone's fucking business. If you're making fun of my parents and shit, you're scum. You're literal scum. And everyone who's ever done that is scum. That's an immoral person who thinks that anything's fair game, even people who aren't putting themselves out there to be made fun of. You want to make fun of me? Go ahead. I put myself out here every single day on my stream, right? But if you want to start doing personal insults behind the scenes to people that aren't involved, you're a piece of shit. You are. You're just an immoral, worthless piece of garbage, and this planet would probably be better without people like you. Being honest, people would be able to actually just put out positive stuff and not have toxic, attacking individuals being nasty and doing fucked up stuff to them behind the scenes all the time. All right? So understand that. All right? There's a line and there's a limit to all of this kind of content. Personally, I know that someone like Tevin or these other people who restream me will not be able to put out original content. They just can't. They are a lampooner style of comedian. But that comedy is valid. I'm not here to tell you that comedy isn't valid. There's people who do it outside of internet-based stuff. You know, it's perfectly valid. But you just can't take it to that next level. And I tell you, Tevin has taken it to the next level many, many times over the years because he's a hack in that regard. If there's not something going on my stream for him to make fun of directly because I fucked up or I did something stupid, he has to go to that lowest blow, that low common denominator, because he's a hack. There are people out there who don't have to do that, and those are the people who are truly talented at that kind of comedy. Okay? But yeah, it's hilarious. These people try to do their own crap. No one watches it. No one is watching that stream for that person. They're watching it for that person to make fun of me. If I didn't exist, they don't exist. There you go. Snakefish Gaming. Actually, we're going to do one more question and take a break. Snakefish Gaming says, Phil, what would you say is your favorite genre of game? I enjoy when you're playing classic Final Fantasy games and you really seem to enjoy them. I love the streams and keep on keeping on. I would say fighting games, but I mean old school style fighting games, JRPGs, classic platformers, and probably like that more purist form of FPS game, like around the Unreal Tournament, early Modern Warfare era. Those are the ones I like. Okay, those are my favorite genres. Now, I'm not saying I don't like other genres of games, but sports, puzzle, racing, kind of third-person shooter, I would go for a JRPG, a traditional fighting game, a platformer, that kind of stuff I would go for before those other types of games. That's just my personal preference. Okay? One shout out to Shewy701, did 100-bit cheers, says, what's your opinion about age of digital games and subscription services? It's bound to happen. It's going to happen. Everything's going to go digital. All right? You're going to have a slow transition. Right now, I think this is the console generation where it's going to happen. You're going to have people who are going to basically ditch the physical copies, but it's going to be a slow... I mean, we'll talk about this because actually there's a question about it, but people were finding that actually when it came to PS5 pre-orders, way more people wanted to pre-order the disc PS5 than the non-disc PS5. And if there was truly a purely digital movement right now, why would that be? Especially because it's cheaper, right? I think people are still skeptical for various reasons to abandon physical media at this point, but I definitely see this console generation being maybe the last generation where people are going to be putting out the physical discs. The logistics of it, it's too expensive, it takes too long to get the discs out to the stores, is a pain in the ass, and you don't need them. There's no reason to have a physical disc because when you get that, it's not even the real game. That's an unfinished version of the game because as soon as you pop it into your console, it needs to download the day one patch that makes it the complete version of the game. So there's no reason even having the disc. But I think people are just slow to adapt and change to it. Okay? Okay. It's time for our first break. Thank you so... Oh, by the way, hold on. I got a $10 tip from Fiddle Griddle, who says, do I have children use this on dinner? I don't have any children, and I will use this for dinner. Thank you for the $10 tip, Fiddle Griddle. All right. So it's time for our first break. For those of you who are watching on Twitch, just stick around. After about, 15 minutes, I'll take a quick 15-minute break to use the restroom, maybe grab a quick snack, and then I'll come back. For those of you who are watching on YouTube, there'll be a separate part for part 2. All right, so thanks so far, guys. I'll see you after the break. All right, come back from this break, I'll shout them out. We'll check on everything. I know it's pretty slow. It is what it is, but I'll be back soon, okay? I'll play you guys some music. Thanks. I'll be right back.
All right. Hobos.
All I wanna do is party all night. All I wanna do is party all night.
I live rent-free in their heads 24/7.
Feeling so drunk, about to pass out. Feel the road, something about to blow big cloud. So high, all the women in the building got their hands up, looking like they finna touch the ceiling. Feeling so drunk, about to pass out. Feel the road, something about to blow big cloud. All I wanna do is party all night. Grab up on your booty so tight. Smoking on the tube, it got me so high. We ain't tripping off the cops when they roll by.
It's Kevin's fault.
Certainly serving you amateurs nothing but hard licks. Cause thunder will strike in one place twice, so open up your eyelids. My devices, full contact, jawbone hitter, make a face fall flat. 4-1 flat like a Bo Jackson. Turf gon' rip, run past. This is for the moment you've been waiting for, training for. Make a toast for them haters that be going through it like it's been a pause. Make a talk, all they wanna run, I'm running like I'm running back, I'm running, man. Are you ready? Are you ready to lose your mind? Are you ready? 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 You rockin' with, you rockin' with.
That's it. Are you a functional retard? I have to ask. How dumb they are.
I'll be
it's Tevin's fault. It's been pretty slow. My laugh sounds like ack, ack, ack. When I laugh, I go, or, does that sound like ack, 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 ack? No, it sounds nothing like that at all. All right, guys, I'm about to come back from break. Being that I don't have a ton of questions left, we're probably going to finish the show in this segment. This segment will maybe be about an hour to an hour and a half, rather than the usual hour segment. That way we can just wrap up the show, okay? Excuse me. So during the break, a few people cheered here. We had well, hold on. Toldar, resubscribed for 12 months and 1 year. Woo! Thank you, Toldar, for a year of support. I appreciate that. Diocletian gifted a subscription to Lunadooney, or Looney Dooney. Congratulations on that. Thank you for the support, Diocletian. Then he gifted another sub to Quavoid. Congratulations to Quavoid. Thank you to Honest Fan, who did a 50-bit cheers. We know the shit show that Sea of Thieves is becoming. Do you think Coxswain Pirates Main will end up following the same fate? It's a new game for Xbox and PC. I've never even heard of it. Never heard of it. The only other pirate game I knew of that was coming out was supposed to be the one from Ubisoft, and apparently that one's like indefinitely, in development. I haven't heard a damn update about it at all, right? Bubble Buddy cheered. He said, breaking news, GameStop and Microsoft are joining up for a multi-year deal. Your thoughts? Yeah, I don't even know what that would be. I would need more information. What the hell is the partnership? What exactly is Microsoft going to do it with GameStop that sells physical games? I have no idea. I have no idea at all. Golden Colts cheered. Thank you, Golden Colts, for the minuscule cheer. He says minuscule cheer. That's why I said that. And Robert Evans did a 100-bit cheer. He said, play Snow Runner, an off-road trucking game. I'll buy it for you on PS4. Never heard of it. No one's asked for it until now. Definitely not going to be able to fit it into my schedule at this point, but we'll see, I guess. Never heard of it. Snow Runner. Okay. We're currently at 731 subscribers. Let's actually, hold on, before we resume here, let's update everything. What does this say on the leaderboard? All right, so we went up a few subs today. Thank you for that, guys. Morningstar 2126 is still currently the top. What the frick? Currently the top cheerer with a 200-bit cheer. Fiddle Griddle is the top tipper with a $10 tip. We are only at $14 in tips, guys. All right, I'm going to be here for at least another hour to an hour and a half. If you like the show, you want to see it continue, I'd say please contribute. I really need the help with tips right now. I was curious to see how the show would do. Last time we did Ask the King, it did well, but I think that was because of the vest streak. Now that the vest streak's ended, I'm curious to see how Ask the King is going to do when people supporting it. And right now, it don't look so good. Just being honest, okay? So please help me out if you can. Last night also was a very slow stream, which sucked with Batman. So thank you to those who have, all right? All right. Where am I? Oh, okay. Right here. Okay, this is where I'm picking up from. All right, guys, let's get ready to come back. Here we go. All right, everyone. Welcome back to Ask the King, episode 84. Actually, I think it's 83. I don't remember. It's for October 8th, 2020. This is part 2. If you haven't seen part 1 yet, strongly recommend you head over to, they call me, excuse me, the King Hate Vlogs on YouTube and check that one out because it should be live by now by the time you're seeing this one go live. If you support the content, if you want to see Ask the King continue in the future, even if you're watching this on demand on YouTube rather than live on stream, I urge you, please send a tip over here to support it. All right. I was on the fence about even doing this because we talk every single day on streams, but it seems like there is a movement of people, mostly long-standing YouTube viewers, who want to see this show to continue. But, obviously we need to have people support the show, right? And have an effort to say that they want to see it continue and ask questions. That was another thing. This show actually was very hard to get questions for the show. This probably is going to be the last part, even though sometimes I do 3 parts. This will probably be the last part because I don't have a lot more questions to go through. Which again begs the question, do we need to keep doing Ask the King? I have scheduled the next episode for early December. So right now it is scheduled tentatively for then. All right. But if you guys think that we don't need to do it anymore, we can change that. Let me know. Give me feedback. Let's see what happens. Alfred Aponte gifted us up to Eggs and Sausage. Congrats, Eggs and Sausage, and thank you, Alfred Aponte, for the channel support. All right. Moving on. More forum questions. This one's from COT10. He said, can you do a DSP tries on the new spicy McNuggets from McDonald's? Yes, because I actually already tried them. I didn't do it on camera. It was one day my wife and I were out on a Tuesday, and randomly we just said, let's get McDonald's. And I know it's random because we would never, almost never eat out fast food like that on our day out. But it was a day when we were hungry. We didn't have a lot of time. We were already running late. Let's just get McDonald's. And they just happened to have the new spicy McNuggets. And also they had the new spicy McChicken sandwiches, which is exactly the same thing. So we got them. And I will tell you what they're like. First of all, McDonald's chicken nuggets have gotten way worse recently. I don't know if it's just the past few years, but I swear to God, anytime I try to get McDonald's chicken nuggets now, the breading is puffed up and not even attached to, like, the chicken on the inside. Like, you'll bite into it, and there'll be a giant pocket of air between the chicken and the breading, and usually that means there's way less chicken in the chicken nugget now. I don't know when this started, but I swear to God, every time I get chicken nuggets, it's like this now. All right? So just, like, way less chicken. The chicken is dry now. It used to be juicy white meat chicken. Now the chicken is kind of dry, okay? Now, I tried these spicy versions. And all it is, they add in a little bit of kick to the spice of it. Like, have you guys ever been to Wendy's and had the spicy chicken sandwich at Wendy's? It's really good. It's a ginormous, juicy chicken breast, and they season the coating to have this very spiciness, and it builds. Every bite that you eat builds the spice, okay? It literally tastes like they stole the spice from the spicy chicken sandwich at Wendy's and just slapped it onto a chicken McNugget. So, it's still incredibly disappointing. Dry chicken, too much air, not enough chicken, but the breading has a kick to it. And that's about it. Same thing with the spicy McChicken sandwich. It's exactly the same as the old McChicken sandwich with a tiny bit of spice kick to it. So when you bite it, it has a little bit of heat building in your mouth. But it's nothing to write home about. It actually doesn't taste like different flavoring. It just has heat to it. You know what I'm saying? So no, it's not anything special. And if you haven't been to McDonald's in a while, like, oh, I want to try the spicy stuff, there's no reason to. It's exactly the same low-quality food as it was, only now it has a tiny spicy kick to it that builds if you eat more. So, not very good. Okay? Just being honest. The new spicy stuff at McDonald's is not very good. Okay. Hot Sauce 123 asks the following. I was wondering if you get a green screen, since you have room, which I do, as you can see now. All this room behind me for all my Halloween decorations, a green screen could easily fit there now. I was wondering if you're still interested in doing video game news. Years ago, you said you wanted to start a new series, and are you still interested? My other question is, would you bring back Hate Live? The best segment was back in the day. I really don't feel there's a reason for Hate Live. Maybe every quarter, like maybe once every 4 months, I could do a show where I just talk with you guys and let you know, get caught up on me. Like, because the thing is, every day we talk. Every day we talk about personal stuff. We talk about stuff in real life, gaming stuff, everything. We have fun interactions on the streams. But not everyone can be here for every single gameplay stream to see that, right? So, it's nice to maybe have a centralized place where every few months I'll just talk about topics that are important so you guys can get an update on things that are going on with me. I understand that. We were doing that. In fact, I did one of those in January. Remember I said every quarter I was going to do a gaming schedule update, and it would be a half that and half me kind of talking about me, personal stuff behind the scenes. Then COVID hit, and basically everything changed, right? Like, everything got screwed up, and really I didn't follow through with that idea because there was no point to it. I thought that maybe things were so uncertain. Like, at one point with my bankruptcy, didn't know what was going to happen with that. Then I told you guys, the thing is, the things that have happened to me this year have been public because they're public things. Like, when the bankruptcy went through, everyone knew before me. I'm serious. The stalkers that I have on the internet knew that the bankruptcy was granted before I was even notified the bankruptcy was granted. They knew it. As crazy as that sounds. Okay? So, yeah, like, I really haven't had much to talk about besides just stuff on the streams. If you guys felt every few months doing, it wouldn't be Hate Live, but it would maybe be just a show where I get you guys caught up on stuff, and then we do a gaming schedule or whatever. If you feel that's meaningful, then maybe I would do it. But after COVID broke out, everything went for a loop this year, and I never really got back to doing what I thought about would be a good idea for this year. Now, in regards to doing a game news show, the thing is I talk about gaming news topics every day on my pre-stream. If you want to hear me talk about gaming news, come to my pre-streams. And if there's a hot story that I feel is something I want to talk about, I'll talk about it on the pre-stream. I don't need to set up a green screen and look like I'm at a news desk. This just in, they disassembled the PS5, and the video on YouTube has 1.5 million views in only 6 hours, while the PS4 disassembly only had this many views in this many hours. What's the point of that? If there's a topic I want to talk about, I'll talk about it on pre-stream. We'll talk about it organically. We'll have some discussion, and we'll go from there. But I don't really think it needs to be a formal news show. At one point, I thought about that, because remember, back when I was talking about that years and years ago, I was a YouTuber. I was not a live streamer, and I was looking for a variety of content to put on my YouTube channel. I wanted to diversify from just doing the gameplay, and that was an idea I had is, gee, if I have more room and I have a better shooting location, I can actually do like a daily news show where we go through news topics and stuff. I don't do that. I'm a streamer now. I'm a full-time streamer. I don't do offline content for YouTube at all. And people still need to kind of get that through their heads, because they still, in 3.5 years since I changed, guys, it was Breath of the Wild in early 2017 was the first playthrough that I was a full-time streamer. People still can't get it through their heads that I'm a full-time streamer. They're still asking me, are you going to do offline series for YouTube? Like, no, I'm not. I'm never going back to doing that, guys. Okay. Last Rambo says, it's been a while since I've been doing YouTube and changed to be a streamer. What prompted you to do that? Can you explain your entire experience with YouTube and Twitch from the beginning until now? I remember you mentioned that YouTube flipped the switch and did something in 2016. I'm going to give a summary. I'm not going to go through the whole story, but some people might want to hear this because they don't follow all my stuff, and maybe you're a newcomer to my content from the last couple of years. So I started out as a full-time YouTuber, started doing that as a job in 2011, and it was all about video production, pumping out as many videos as possible, beating as many games in a short period of time. But I didn't even do direct capture. I was using a camera pointing at my TV. In 2013, everyone basically told me, you got to stop being so outdated. You got to jump on the new stuff. You got to do direct capture. And it would be nice to see a live stream, so I adopted both. But even then, when I started doing that, I acted as if I wasn't streaming. I acted as if I was by myself here playing a game, ignoring my entire viewing audience. I didn't have a chat in front of me like this, where I would talk with you guys and interact with you at all. It was just as if I were offline playing a game. It wasn't until the years of 2015, 2016, when sadly, people started harassing me and messing with my business so much that my YouTube channel got completely screwed up. In 2015, I got multiple false copyright strikes against DSP Gaming on YouTube, and because of that, I was forced to take action per YouTube's instruction that made me lose millions of views on my channel and essentially pushed my YouTube channel out of search rankings. So I used to show up as like one of the top 10 to 20 content creators for gameplay on YouTube, and every fall, I would get tons of views influxing as people started wanting to see gameplay of the new games. They'd see DSP Gaming and come check me out, and I get tons of new organic views from that. It went away overnight. So I only had my dedicated viewer base and no new people coming in to watch my content anymore, okay? In 2016, I had to change things up, and I said in 2016, I was going to become someone who split his time between doing raw gameplay and edited content. In 2016, I launched a new channel called KO Gaming that within 6 months got millions of views. I had a video that had over 1 million views and went viral on YouTube. So people liked what I did there. By the end of 2016, YouTube did something weird that no one can explain. They flipped some switch behind the scenes that blacklisted certain YouTube channels and made it so that you couldn't get ads on your videos. I don't know how this happened. I don't know, you know what I mean? I don't know exactly what the process was because YouTube was not transparent whatsoever. And KO Gaming, a channel that was making thousands of dollars and getting millions of views, overnight I couldn't monetize any videos on the channel. Then in early 2017, the straw that broke the camel's back was the YouTube adpocalypse, when YouTube lost roughly overnight 50% of their advertisers during a scandal when it was exposed that YouTube ads were just being thrown willy-nilly on everyone's video without any proper screening process. There were videos out there that were racist, sexist, terrorist videos that were having advertisements put on them, and major advertisers like Walmart, Starbucks said, fuck this, we're out. If you aren't going to have a system that's professional, we're out. We don't want to advertise on your site anymore. And overnight, ad revenue went from here to here, halved overnight. Someone like me who relied on ad revenue as my primary source of income, I didn't know how I was going to pay the bills anymore. So I had to become a full-time streamer. There was no option for me. And in reality, it was the best decision I've made in a long time. And the reason is, now I'm the owner of my own destiny. If I put out quality content and you guys like the content, you will crowdfund, you will tip, you will cheer, you will sub, and you will show that you like the content that I'm putting out through your actual support. Crowdfunding means the power is in the hands of the people who like my content the most. Back when I was on YouTube, the power was in the hands of YouTube. I had to rely on YouTube to maintain and run the site properly. I had to rely on YouTube to not do things behind the scenes that screwed over my business repeatedly, as it did. I had to rely on YouTube to be able to actually have an attractive website to have advertisers come in and want to advertise on so I could make money on my videos. And then I had to rely on YouTube to properly divvy out the ads so the advertisers were happy. They did none of those things properly and completely fucked up their business in the course of 2 to 3 years, and therefore I had to take matters into my own hands. By becoming a full-time streamer now, I am in charge of my own content. You know what I mean? Who cares if, oh no, I can't run ads on my fucking streams. No one gives a shit about that, right? If you guys like the content, and if you guys enjoy it, right, then you will support the content. And I will continue to put out the content. And it's reciprocal. You know, that's what I mean. It's a circle. It's not just, I just throw videos out into the wild, and if people watch them, I make ad revenue. Great. It's, I put out fun content for you, you support, and then I can put out more content again. You see, that's how it works. It's back and forth, give and take. It's a much more organic and honestly a much more sustainable relationship than relying on YouTube as a company to do the right thing. So that's what happened. Since I've become a full-time streamer, I love my job way more. You guys like what I do more. It's a win-win for everybody. Okay? Wooback Baby did a 400-bit cheer. Says, any special Halloween memories? In particular, Halloweens weren't always great for me. My dad even says this to this day. He's like, you know, I remember when you were a kid, it was hard to have a good Halloween because for whatever reason, you just had bad luck trick-or-treating. A lot of the times we would go out, couldn't find too many houses that were giving out good candy. The weather some years was really bad on Halloween, couldn't trick-or-treat. You know, the only Halloween memories that stand out was always when I had a good costume. I remember one year I made my own Wolverine costume with these, they were actually cardboard but wrapped in aluminum foil claws that looked really cool. And then one year I dressed up as the spitting dinosaur, I forget what it's called, from Jurassic Park. They had these different Jurassic Park outfits. I bought the mask and hands, and people really liked that outfit as well. That's about it. Halloween was never a huge thing in my house. My mom would sometimes have Halloween decorations or whatever, but it was never a giant thing or anything like that. So, what age did I stop trick-or-treating? Relatively early. In fact, I would probably say before I was even a teenager. Because like I said, it just wasn't good. My neighborhood was getting worse and worse when I was a kid. So my parents didn't even want to take me trick-or-treating anymore because most people weren't giving out candy because it was a bad neighborhood. So I had to go to like my great aunt's neighborhood or other neighborhoods, and it just didn't work out. Golden Colts cheered again. He said, "My insignificant cheer." It's not insignificant. Don't ever say that. Thank you for the cheer. Okay. The last form of question is from Richie7. And he asks, with next-gen consoles coming out, what do you think Nintendo's next move will actually be? Do you think that they're going to make a console that's not underpowered and that will affect their ability to run third-party next-gen games? Well, Richie7, I'm going to be honest with you. If Nintendo announced that their next console had 5 wiggling tentacles in front of it, and to play games on it, you had to walk and rub your face and slap the tentacles, I wouldn't be surprised. I'd be like, that makes sense to me, because Nintendo always does the most weird fucking thing. They need to innovate when they put out new hardware, okay? And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Perfect example, the Nintendo Wii was a small console, tiny form factor, cheap compared to other consoles, had silly motion controls. It caught on with a mainstream audience, all right? And it basically allowed people who weren't regular gamers to say, I want to enjoy gaming, and jump in and play a million silly motion control games that were digestible games. You play them for 10, 15 minutes at a time. You put them down. You don't play them again for hours on end. But the console was a bestseller and sold tons of games because it was the easily accessible console for the common person. Then Nintendo says, for the Wii U, we're going to sell a console that has a ginormous fucking pad with a screen built into it that isn't easy to use. It's cumbersome, We're going to have games that have to implement this stupid pad. It's not easy for the common person to just jump in and use it. It's kind of annoying and frustrating, actually. Their whole thing for the Wii U is that the kid can play a game on the pad while the parents still have the TV, which makes no sense because essentially most kids now have consoles in their actual bedrooms. The parents don't want the fucking console in the living room regardless, so why is that a factor? It's like Nintendo, they gamble. Every time they put out a new console, it's a big gamble. And sometimes the gamble works, and sometimes the gamble doesn't. The Switch, I would say, very successful. Probably because Nintendo had such a poor outing with the Wii U. People were happy to see them return back to their roots, although admittedly, I don't know how many people actually use the Switch as a handheld console. But it's a huge seller. There's great games for it, you know? So I can't really argue. Oh, by the way, you could use like a normal controller with it instead of having to use the ginormous pad piece of shit. So it makes sense that it's successful again. But seriously, I would guarantee you the next console Nintendo makes will be a weird one again. They won't care about having the up-to-date graphics with the Xbox Series S or X or the fucking PS5. They're going to do something that's different. And again, third-party developers are going to have a hard time porting their games to the console. Are going to not want to really do it that much. It's going to be the same. Because the thing is, the only way Nintendo will change is if they fail repeatedly and are forced to. But Nintendo has this rabid fan base of people who, no matter, it's just like the Apple fan base. No matter what Apple does, no matter what stupid phone they put out, whatever dumb change they make, people still run out and buy the Apple products. So as long as that keeps happening, Nintendo isn't ever going to change. They're always going to do the weirdo thing, the wild thing. Yes, there are Nintendo players out there who's like, man, I just wish for once Nintendo would put out a console that's normal so we could have like insanely good graphics, Mario or Zelda. I don't think it's ever going to happen. Nintendo's always going to do their own thing until they're forced to go in line with other people who are successful. And right now, enough people support them that they don't have to do that. They can keep doing their weird oddball choices and keep succeeding. So why in the holy hell would they change? You know what I mean? So there you go. That's my opinion. Ladies and gentlemen, I received a $50 tip from No Couture. Thank you very much from No Couture. He also did a very large tip yesterday. This is by far the biggest tip and biggest contribution of the day, and it helps out tons. As I told you guys, am I spelling this right? No, it's Couture. There we go. I don't know how to spell Couture. As I told you guys on the pre-stream, sadly this week is really bad for me financially because of over $1,700 in chargebacks. I am basically really tight right now to make ends meet for the next week. Once I get paid by Twitch in about a week's time, then I'll be all right. But I need to get there. So your tips are very much appreciated. And being that was a very generous tip, I appreciate that so much, No Couture. Thank you very much. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to Twitter questions, I would like to give a shout out to the patrons. That's right. I still have a Patreon at patreon.com/darksidefil. And admittedly, I'll say this publicly, I don't do much with it anymore. Because I became a full-time streamer, I find that less and less there's a focus on my Patreon. But a lot of my long-standing supporters still support me on Patreon. In particular, those of you who watch these videos on YouTube, and maybe you don't want to come to streams to contribute, you could pledge to my Patreon at patreon.com/darksidefil. There's perks there, like getting your question for sure answered on this show is still a perk there, but almost no one utilizes it anymore, all right? But the option is still there for those who want to use it. And thank you to those who do. Special shout out to those who've been extra supportive in the past few months via Patreon. All right. We've got Joshua King, Daniel Simpson, Rashed Bash, David Denmark, Big Tone 995, Ryan, Stormforce Gamer, Villix, Casey Wood, Michael Denealt, QPZMWN, Planet Jeff, Sean Given, and Thomas McDonald. Thank you guys so very much for contributing and supporting. All right. Now we move on to Twitter questions. All right. Twitter questions. The first question is from Mason. And he asks, has there ever been a time in your experience on the internet where you considered giving up or finding another line of work? What's kept you going? Yeah, I would say there's been two different times. The first time was around the year 2016. This was the year when I was doing all this hard effort into diversifying myself. Instead of just being a guy playing raw gameplay, which it didn't look like was going to work anymore, after the decline of DSP gaming in 2015 because of the false copyright strikes, It looked like I couldn't sustain things on just raw gaming anymore. I was going to have to, diversify and do different stuff. And I weighed and balanced different things. Actually, live streaming was one of them, to be a full-time live streamer. But I decided I was going to do the edited content. And I worked my ass off. I would say it was about a 6 to 8 month period there, starting like February of 2016, and eventually figuring out what people liked and what they didn't like. They didn't really like the montage-style stuff that I was doing. They liked the really high-quality edited reviews with detailed analysis of the game that I had played from start to finish over on DSP Gaming. And they liked countdowns. I was actually doing some countdowns that were actually doing pretty good. So countdowns and the edited reviews were doing really well. And I remember working my ass off, and finally when that review went live for, Homefront the Revolution, one of the games, I said it was the worst game I had ever played. It went virally popular on YouTube, got 1 million views in like a month. I was so happy. I was like, finally. All those idiots who made fun of me all those years and said that all I could do was make bad gameplay, I showed you I could make a highly edited video that people like, the mainstream views. That was the biggest video on all of YouTube about Homefront the Revolution. Not a single other video was made that got more views than that video about the game, okay? And I appreciated that. And then after that, I was getting anywhere from between 20,000 to like 100,000 views on other game reviews I was doing. It was actually worthwhile to put the time and effort and money into it. And I loved what I was doing. Even though I was doing way less raw gameplay, I felt like, wow, I'm actually turning into a different kind of content creator, right? And then the hardcore gaming season hit. And, oh, by the way, yes, people are saying I should put on the Gunner glasses. You're right. Fair enough. I'll put them on. That's our deal. $50. I put them on. I forgot. My bad. Do it Ask the King. It's a little different. So anyway, I took a little bit of a break from doing that style of content because in the hardcore gaming season, I got very busy playing the new releases, okay? And then people asked me to go back to it. And when I went to go back to it, I found the entire channel had been demonetized. The entire channel, every video. I had a video that was a test video. It wasn't even a video that had content to it. It was dead air. And I uploaded it to the channel. As it was uploading to the channel, YouTube demonetized it. So YouTube blacklisted the channel. Basically said, we don't want any ads on this channel. Why? What did I ever put on the KO Gaming channel that constituted bad content for advertisers? It was highly edited, well thought out reviews of games, plus countdowns and things. I barely even ever swore on the channel, and they blacklisted it. It made no sense at all. Now, later on, about a year later, I tested it and the ads worked again. But they blacklisted, and I was so disheartened at that point. I was so disheartened, all right, by them doing this, that I actually thought about, man, I don't really want to do this anymore. And honestly, I say late 2016, until I became a full-time streamer, you can see maybe a six month period, you know. I became a full-time streamer full-time in April of 2017. So those last couple of months of 2016 and the first few months of 2017, I was like so not caring. And of course, you gotta remember, behind the scenes, there was other personal shit going on in my life that also was bad. That was just compounding everything, and making it worse and worse. But like, I just didn't want to do it anymore, and I don't know what to do, because at that point, the job market out here was okay, but not great. I didn't know if I was gonna be able to go get another job or whatever. You know, I was debating at that point just giving up, but I didn't. Yeah, I stuck in there. And basically what happened was the YouTube adpocalypse happened. And that was when I sat down with you guys live on a stream and I said, what do I do? Because I want to do this for a living. You know, I love doing it, but at this point it doesn't look like it's viable. What do I do? And you guys convinced me to be a full-time live streamer, and man, I don't regret the decision at all, okay? Now, the other time, last year, in April of 2019, I went to Connecticut to visit my parents, who were getting up there in age, not very healthy. They have all these conditions going on. And at the same time, decided to get married to my now wife, Kat, while we were there. And while we were there, I had this very serious discussion with my parents about the future. And, you know, my mom was basically like, you're in a situation where you're so bad off financially, you've got to take drastic action. You know what I mean? Whether it's changing your job, bankruptcy, both. You know, how can you really do streaming long term or whatever? You know, what do you think? Do you really think it's going to happen? Would it be viable? So I came home from that trip with a mindset that I had to stop streaming. Like, my mindset was dead set that eventually I have to stop streaming because I don't see how I could make this work long term. And then COVID happened. You know? And if anything, this year completely flipped the world on its head. And you guys, this year, came out in droves to support my streams. You made amazing positive things like the vest streak happen and keep happening. You turned my life around. Between me getting bankruptcy granted, meaning that weight of all this debt I had no idea how I would ever pay off, and being released was a huge thing. Me now being able to get into a position where I'm getting caught up on my taxes and the government's not going to come after me for not paying my taxes anymore. That was a huge thing. And you guys being so supportive on the streams, allowing me now to do things like, oh my God, I can maybe afford the PS5 and I can maybe upgrade equipment and stuff. It's just a turnaround. And quite frankly, if I had immediately when I got home from Connecticut, if I had taken steps to get a new job, and maybe I had gotten a job at Boeing, which is one of the jobs I was considering. It's in the aeronautical industry, the same industry as the job I did before I did this for a living was helicopter support. It's aeronautical industry. I have knowledge of aeronautics. I could probably jump into a job with better knowledge than the common person at Boeing. Okay? Or maybe I would get into a different job, different industry. Who knows, right? I could be completely fucked right now because COVID screwed everything up for everyone. Right now, Boeing just announced mass layoffs in Washington State. They're moving production of a major cruise liner aircraft out of Washington State and moving it to South Carolina. So because of that, we're losing tens of thousands of jobs here in Washington State. What if I was one of those jobs, right? And truth of the matter is, this year, you guys have shown me more love and support than any year before. And because of that, I can't imagine saying, why would I not want to continue being a streamer? You know, now I'm not saying this will be for the rest of my life. I'm just saying for now, I'd be an idiot to say, oh, I'm going to phase out streaming. What? This has been the best year I've had in a long time. Positivity-wise, amount that I raised via contributions, everything has been outstanding. I would be a crazy idiot to say, I need to stop streaming. Seriously, I'd be a moron. When you're getting to the top and you're growing, why would you stop, right? Now, again, I'm on the impression that there is no way that I know I can do this forever. But at least for now, if I'd had any other job during this pandemic, I would have been out of work, or I would have been working way less. I probably would have lost everything. I wouldn't have been able to afford this house, right? But you guys made that possible. So I'm going to keep streaming. I'm going to keep giving back to you guys. Has there been times when, yes, I realize I probably can't do this forever? Yes. And I'm sure another thing will come up where I'm like, damn, I'm getting older. Maybe I can't do this schedule anymore. You know, I mean, ideally, I'd like to not have to stream 6 days a week full time. If I could do only 5 days a week and have an extra day with my family, my God, that would be amazing. But I can't afford to do it right now. Maybe in the next year, if we keep going the way we're going, I can, right? So let's see what happens. But, you know, I'd be nuts. I'd be nuts to say I don't want to be a live streamer right now and try to stop doing this and do something else. I love what I'm doing, and it's been one of the best years in the entire time that I've ever done this. So, there you go. A few shout-outs here. Let's see here. Dan the Lad resubscribed for 5 months and said, how you doing? I haven't been around in a while. I'm doing good, Dan the Lad. It's good to see you. Thank you for the 5-month resub. Thanks for joining us. Major Riot cheered and said, would you ever host a telethon that would help abandoned Rottweilers? What? Would I host a telethon to help someone? Non-profit? Yes. Would it be for abandoned Rottweilers? I have no idea. Wooback Baby cheered and said, I remember as a kid, I got scared by someone dressed as a skeleton. The house was pitch black and all you see is a skeleton coming towards you. I don't blame you then. As a kid, a lot of things are fucking scary. Shui701 did a bunch of cheers, but some of these are doubles. I think he screwed up here. First one says, you had more reviews on your Homefront review than IGN. Then he says, he just said it again. Then he said it again. And he said it again. 4 cheers all said the same thing. Maybe he didn't think they went through, but they all did go through. Yeah, dude, I'm serious. That Homefront review, now I don't know about now. That Homefront review had more views than any piece of content on Homefront ever on the planet. It had over 1 million views. No one else was talking about that fucking game like that. Holy Wolf Adam cheered. He says, what's your favorite vacation spot you've ever been to? Ever. I would say California. I've been both to Hollywood, California, and I've been to Orange County. I like the weather. The weather there is warm but not humid. And I like warm but not humid. I remember getting a crazy good tan when I was in Orange County. For one of the best tans I've ever had in my life, because I was outdoors all the time, because it was actually hot, but it was nice heat where you weren't overheating constantly, and I enjoyed that. And then, of course, going to Hollywood, there's so much to do in Hollywood. You could do touristy shit. You could do other stuff. It's nice. So those are the two the place that I like the most was California in general, but probably the Hollywood stuff that I've done was some of the best. So I still remember to this day going to, like, walking down Hollywood Boulevard with my parents and going to Ripley's Believe It or Not Museum, the Wax Museum, Man's Chinese Theater, and going to Universal Studios with them as a kid. I remember all that. That was, like, so cool in my head. You know, I'll never forget that stuff that I did with my parents. Okay, moving on. Howler asks, do you feel the demise of disc games will lead to buying streaming services taking... Excuse me, let's try this again. Do you feel the demise of disc games will lead to streaming services taking over, or do you feel the PS and Xbox giving people the choice of buying digital-only consoles will be used as a measure of how open to the idea people are? I already mentioned this previously, but I'll say it again. They just did new, actual measurements, and the amount of people who wanted to get the disc version versus the digital versions of these consoles is, like, way higher. Everyone wanted to get the disc versions, but sadly they were sold out, and some people just had to basically go for the non-disc versions. What they did is they measured on the sites when the pre-orders went live. What did people go to first? And in like 10-1, people wanted the disc version, but then sold out right away, so they went to the digital version. People still want their discs. I don't know why. I don't care about discs. I haven't had a game disc in a bajillion years. I don't care about them, but you know, people still want their discs. I guess they still like having the physical collection, or the idea in their mind that if they wanted to trade it in for $5, they could. I don't know. It's interesting what you're saying, though, because you're saying streaming services taking over. Will we one day see... Right now we got Xbox Game Pass, right? And now PlayStation's trying to do kind of a similar thing. Will we have Netflix for games, where Netflix makes an exclusive partnership with certain game studios, and the only way to get their games digitally would be to have to get the Netflix subscription, and you get the game through the subscription rather than paying for each individual game. That's what's happening right now with Xbox, right? Microsoft just bought out Bethesda. So if Bethesda is only making games for Microsoft consoles and PC, you need Game Pass and an Xbox console to play them. That it could very well happen, right? In the very near future, will we see this? I mean, we're seeing it already with Game Pass and these other things, but I think you'll still a la carte be able to buy games. I don't think for now, they're not going to say, oh no, you can't actually go buy Elder Scrolls 6 by itself. You need to have Game Pass to play Elder Scrolls. I don't think so yet. Maybe long term that'll happen, like Netflix. You can only see certain shows and movies on Netflix for a certain period of months before then those become outright purchasable as like a disc or something outside of that. So maybe we'll see that. I don't know. But for me, I don't foresee that happening soon. Maybe long term we'll see a streaming service for games like we have with Netflix and Hulu and Disney+. Timbo Slice cheered and said, which games do you regret admitting to play? Oh, it's not Timbo Slice. Excuse me. TJ Gamebox. Boy, I read that completely wrong. My fault. TJ Gamebox here said, which games do you regret admitting to playing or playing on stream? I got a feeling it's a phone game. No, because, you know, I don't regret talking about the mobile games I actually fucking played at length. Like, I will admit, I used to play WWE Supercard a ton. When it first came out, I played the shit out of it that first year and put money into it like an idiot that I shouldn't have. Dokkan Battle. Final Fantasy Brave Exvius. Those were games I put time and effort and some money into, yes. Until I hit to the point where I couldn't do it anymore because I had no money. You know, I hit the wall. I was in so much debt and shit. I was like, I can't spend money on mobile games anymore. And I cut the cord. That was, years ago. So, yeah, like, the thing is, regret admitting to playing. You guys know what I play. You see everything that I play. I don't play any games outside of the streams except for those few mobile games that I played. I don't play any games outside of the streams anymore. You know, like, you see every single game that I'm playing, so how would I regret to admit it when I'm playing it publicly? You know what I mean? It's for a stream or whatever. It's for the business. So, I'm not actually sure what you're getting at there. Maybe you just don't know that I don't play stuff off stream, because I don't, okay? Sarah's got a cheers. I hope you can go on a vacuum. I can't read today. A vacuum? He said, I hope you can go on vacation next year. You deserve it. Why does vacuum? I hope I can ride a vacuum next year. Woohoo! Right through the house. All right. I hope you go on a vacation next year. You deserve it. Thanks for the content, Phil. Thank you, Sarah's Gata. At this point, I am a far cry from being able to afford going on vacation. All right? Being honest. If things can keep going the way they're going now, and nothing else comes up, meaning no crazy, oh my God, emergency situation where I got to dump a bunch of money into something, there's a strong possibility over, you know, a time frame I can save up some money and maybe I can afford to do something like a vacation. I would love to, like I said, to go to California or something like that. But it's definitely not a given, and it's not anything we're even counting on right now. You know, right now, I just need to maintain how things are so I can keep paying my taxes. That's my focus. Pay my taxes. Stay on pace. Don't fuck up. You know, that's what I got to do right now. Because it took me a long time to get to a point where I could be getting back on track. Okay? Paradox 998, cheers. Are you looking forward to the Demon Souls remake? Yes, I am, very much. Bubble Buddy, cheers. What experience made you a better person that you learned most from? I couldn't tell you there's one experience. It's overall, over time, seeing how your actions can influence others in a negative or positive way, and understanding that what you do is important, you know? I've changed as a person a ton in this last decade. As a content creator, a ton in this last decade. I'm so different now than I was when I started. I realize now that what I say and do is important and has meaning and has repercussions, you know? Rather than back then it was like, I just fuck around and I don't care what I say or do. No one cares about me or anything, so who cares? It's not the case. You know, I was irresponsible with the things that I said when I had a following. So, very different, you know? Very different situation. But I'm not going to go crazy into deep philosophical stuff right now. Jay Hawkwood cheers. Said it would be cool if you could get a Christmas vest for the holiday season. We'll see what's out there. Bubble Buddy cheers. I think you missed my 2 cheers. I did not. I just read it. And Kate cheered. Says, what are your thoughts on Rambo being in Mortal Kombat 11 as well as your thoughts on Melina? I don't care because I don't play Mortal Kombat 11 and I have no desire to. So I have no input on that whatsoever. Okay. Dumb and Dandy asks the following. Do you think there could be potential in using phones and tablets in console games more often for certain purposes? Like they try to do with Grand Theft Auto 5, where you could train the dog using a mobile app and the progress would transfer to the game itself. You know, it's kind of funny. Because in GTA 5 when that happened, I was intrigued. I was like, really? They're going to have an app on your phone tie into something that's going to actually have like a concrete impact on the game. And that blew my mind. I was like, wow, that could actually genuinely be a unique situation where you have an integration because so many people have mobile phones, right? And that they're using console. We do this for everything. I use this for news. I use this for entertainment purposes, to talk to you guys. I use my phone for everything. It's like the go-to device in my house to keep me attached to the world. If my phone died right now, I need to use multiple devices to do the same thing, you see? And so to be able to tie in your console entertainment with the phone is kind of an interesting thing. But then again, it was terrible integration. That app sucked. And by the way, half the time it desynced and didn't work right. And it did suck, and it really didn't add anything to the game at all. I was curious to see, could there be integration of like other media forms into gaming and how would it affect things? And when GTA 5 did that, I thought, wow, that's cool. There have been a few other games where there's been an app maybe that's a tie into the game. But in reality, hasn't really worked out that much. I haven't really seen many game devs really give two shits about it. Maybe it's just too hard to engineer something that's going to end up working with this versus a console, which is their dedicated work. Obviously, you'd have a different dev team making an app for a handheld device or a portable device than versus a dedicated console. I don't know. I haven't seen many of those at all, right? Not many at all. Okay? All right. Pale Llama cheered. Thank you very much, Pale Llama, for the 100-bit cheer. I appreciate that. All right, next question is from Derek. And he says, as a kid, what were some games that you played that were really challenging and almost made you really mad, rage, or even pull your hair out? You know, I can think of a couple games from back in the day that really pissed me off because back then there was no knowing if a game was good or not. You know, game magazines were just becoming prominent, like Nintendo Power, Game Pro. And so they would review games, but before then, there was nothing. And I remember in particular 2 games that I purchased that I got very, very angry that I purchased them. The first game you probably never heard of. It's called Abadox. This was a game that when they advertised it on TV, they advertised it as a crazy shooter. It was a really wild ad, all right? When I bought it, it looked interesting. It was a shoot 'em up. If you're not aware, it's a shoot 'em up game. and it has segments that are side-scrolling as well as like top-down, going up from down to up on the screen. But Abadox was not your typical shoot 'em up. It was very, very challenging. Ridiculous amount of enemies on the screen, and basically almost always an instant death unless you picked up a power-up that would give you like kind of a barrier. I thought it was going to be like the shoot 'em ups that I played in arcades before. It was very different, and it was way more difficult, and I did not like the game at all. The only way I could ever beat it was by cheating, using cheat codes to beat it. So that's the way I saw the ending of it. But I was very disappointed with the game, and I spent a lot of money. It was a full-price game. Back then, by the way, games were not equal prices. Cheaper games or games that were considered to be shorter would be like 30, 40 bucks, while a game that was like a JRPG would usually be like 70 or 80 bucks because they were regarded as the bigger, longer games with more content. And a game like Abadox, as a new release, would be expensive, and sometimes games would drop in price ridiculously in a short period of time because no one likes the game. So Abadox, I remember, I bought it as a new release. And it was like, I think it was like 50 or 60 bucks. And then within like 2 months, the game was like $20 because no one liked it. And I was so pissed because I spent all that money on a game that I didn't like and then ended up being shitty. But ultimately, the game that I bought that I felt was the worst game I bought, and I was so angry with the purchase, so upset because I felt that it was something that was just misrepresented. Bart versus the Space Mutants. That's right. The Simpsons game for the NES made by that infamous fucking game development company, LJN, the company that was responsible for all the big name licensed cartridge games back in the day. That game fucking sucks. Bart versus the Space Mutants fucking sucks. It's such a bad game. The hit detection was terrible. The jump controls were wonky as shit. Trying to aim a projectile was nearly impossible. There was an insane amount of enemies in the game that were just so wild. You couldn't dodge them. You couldn't do shit. They were always coming after you. Everything wanted to kill you in that fucking game. That game pissed me off because I loved the Simpsons cartoon. I watched it every week with my parents. And I thought that, wow, this first Simpsons tie-in game for the NES is going to be good. Dude, that game was fucking terrible. That game was so bad. I tried multiple times to play it again and again because I felt like, man, I really ripped myself off. I bought this game and I'm not playing it, and I really feel like, you know, I didn't get my money's worth. I remember once I played it, so I got like to the 4th or 5th level of this insanely hard game, and then I died, and it was like, you have to start over. I was like, fuck this shit. You're slamming shit, fuck this. I was slamming shit around my house. I was so angry at this game because I'd spent money on it. I knew I was never going to beat it without cheating. I never did beat it, I don't think. I'm trying to remember. I don't think I ever beat it legit. I think eventually what happened was I rented one of those Game Genies. I think I cheated to see the ending because the game was too hard. It was just made to be like a really annoying piece of shit. It really was. So that's probably my most regretted purchase from back in the day was Bart versus the Space Mutants. Subsequently, there were better games of Simpsons that were made on future consoles. Like I remember there was one, Bart's Nightmare. That one's a hard game, but it's actually fun. Like when you get through it and beat it, every stage is completely different in the game, and I actually beat that one. I did actually work my ass off and beat the game and saw the ending. So, okay. Continuing on here. Jay Doge asks, seeing as you said you don't care about 4K or HDR, and you pretty much exclusively download your games, would you consider going with the cheaper Series S console instead of the Series X to save money on a next-generation Xbox console? Originally, before we actually knew the differences between the consoles, the idea of a console with no disc drive intrigued me when it came to the Xbox Series S, especially because of the way cheaper price tag. But as I started to think about it more, I really realized this doesn't make sense. First of all, the hard drive on that thing, 512 gigs, and by the way, that's not accounting for the operating system, right? So 512 gigabyte hard drive. We have games today that are almost 300 gigs. Yeah, so I'm saying, you really want to play a console that only fits 2 games on it at a time? By the way, if you didn't hear, they did announce the expansion hard drive for Xbox Series S and X. It's $300. It's the same fucking price as the consoles. So, wow. Not very economical, okay? That being said, also, so not only is storage space an issue, you got to really think about this big picture-wise, all right? So think about this. You're a game developer, and next-gen consoles, both of the PlayStation consoles are 4K, okay? One of the two Microsoft consoles are 4K. Just by that knowledge alone, by default, you have to develop your games to be 4K. The native resolution of your game is going to be 4K because the majority of consoles, 3 out of the 4 models of console that people will have are 4K. You're going to develop your game at 4K first. Then if you want to downscale it, you see what I'm saying? Then you're going to do that. And my concern would be getting a console where you're getting a forced downscale version of the game may not run as well. Of course, for me, it doesn't matter because I can't play at 4K. I have to play at 1080p anyway. But I'm just concerned that like the Xbox Series S would end up being way less storage space, underpowered, and would end up within a year or two being like a joke. Wow, everyone who bought that Series S really got fucked. Now everyone's just getting the Series X because that's the real console. I really feel that. I really feel the Series S is essentially a way for someone who absolutely wants to buy into hype and wants to buy into the next console generation with his first wave to get in on it and afford it, even though they're not future-proofing themselves at all. You're basically buying a ticket, a temporary ticket to play for a year, and then you're going to have to buy the other console anyway. That's what I feel. I could be completely wrong, or we'll only know as time progresses. Will the Series S actually be as viable as the Series X? I don't think it will be. I think people will play it for a year or two and be like, oh, fuck, I really should have bought the better one, you know, and be very disappointed about it. That's my take on it, I think. Okay? All right. Before we continue, I run out of water, and my mouth is super dry. I'm just going to run next door to the bathroom quick and refill. I'll be right back, and then we'll continue with questions. We got about 2-3 questions left, and then we can do stream chat questions to wrap up the show, all right? So let me fill this up. I'll be right back. Shit, I'm stuck. Questions are flying. Told you it'd be quick. If you get sick, you get sick, and then you treat it. If you don't, you don't. I told you it would be quick. Quick shout out to Bubble Buddy who cheered and asked, what's your favorite childhood memories, your first system, and your experience getting it? My first system was Pong. My first system was a little Pong device that all you do is you plug it into your TV and it plays Pong. It was 2 paddles, 2 buttons. That's all it was. That simple. Pong. Two rectangles, a score, and a little square that looked like supposed to be a ping pong ball bouncing back and forth. That was the whole game. My first real console was the Atari 7800. My uncle gave it to me, and he gave me a bunch of games with it, like Dig Dug, Karateka, Moon Patrol, Jungle Hunt, that kind of stuff. And that was a really great console. I loved it. That was my first introduction to gaming at home, and actually, my best memories of that were playing it with my dad. My dad would come home from work, and we'd sit down and we'd play a couple hours of I'd say probably like anywhere from 20 to 45 minutes of Moon Patrol or Karateka or Ball Blazer. It was a 3D game with actual polygons in it on the Atari, where these 2 things would move around and try to steal a ball and shoot balls at each other against this virtual 3D field. Those were good feelings, because my dad was actually into gaming with me and wanted to share that with me. Because sadly, I have to say this, after that, once like NES and I started playing arcade games, my parents completely disassociated themselves from the things that I liked. They didn't like games. So because of me, I was always into gaming. I never got to share those experiences with my parents. They never got into games. They didn't want to try it. They were kind of like this old guard mentality. They were to this day, they have zero interest in video games. They will not watch my game videos, which sucks. I would love my parents to actually know what I do, but they don't pay attention. They don't care about video games. So outside, like those, I'd say probably it was like a 1 to 2 year period where I played games with my dad every day after school and when he got home from work, and I really enjoyed that. Those are kind of my childhood memories of gaming. Okay. Continuing on. Snow White asked the following. I'm sure you've spoken on this already, but I'm curious if you could do more in depth and expand on your answer with how the current world is now. Do you think we'll be having to wear face masks and social distancing from this point forward or for the rest of our lives? Why or why not? Well, there's good wishful thinking. There's probably like listening to the experts, and then there's reality, which is probably somewhere in the middle. Wishful thinking would be, yes, one day everything will be better. This coronavirus will just become normalized, much like the flu or like any of these other viruses that we already have, and we will have some kind of a vaccine for it, so that people will not constantly get it and spread it, and it won't become this deadly thing where we have 210,000+ people dying a year from the coronavirus in the United States. And eventually, because the vaccine will be able to go out to the common people at all times, it'll be something widely available, much like the flu vaccine today. We won't have to wear masks. We'll go back to how things were. Everything will be hunky-dory back to the beginning, right? You can ask the experts, and if you ask Dr. Fauci, who's the biggest expert here in the United States, apparently, when it comes to this virus, he basically says, I foresee a vaccine being produced late this year, starting to go out to the most people who need it as badly as possible early 2021, then more widespread distribution by the middle to late 2021, and therefore, once everyone has access to the vaccine and hopefully late 2021, then we can maybe get back to normal. So maybe late next year, a whole year from now, we'll actually be able to get back to our normal lives, going out to sporting events, going to mass group gatherings like arcades, bars, things like that, and having gatherings of friends and family around the holidays and not having to worry about spreading the virus. Okay, that was Dr. Fauci. But then there's reality, and I am a skeptic. And to me, here's what I think. We were so poorly prepared for something like this, right? Even with evidence that it could happen and all that, we were so poorly prepared for something like this that now we have opened the floodgates, because even if we beat coronavirus by late next year, there's going to be another one. It may be as deadly, less deadly, more. There will be another one. There will be the next one and the next one and the next one. And now you have a world populace that has now been shocked and awed by a virus that killed so many people, that everyone now is going to be like, what the fuck do we do? There's going to be people who are going to be very afraid to go back to normal life. You may not realize this. In certain Asian countries, okay, they wear a mask all the time. They've just adopted it as a way of life because they have so many outbreaks of different viruses on a yearly basis. They just don't fuck around. They just wear it at all times. And it's funny because you'll watch video footage of people in Asia walking around with the mask. You laugh like, ha ha ha, that's so weird. And then it happened here. It ain't so funny anymore, is it? Because they have to deal with that every day because they have outbreaks like crazy shit all the time. And they actually integrated it to be a part of their culture to be safe like that. And we've never done that, right? Now on the flip side of this, okay, we're in a world pandemic situation, right? Our numbers in the United States are going up again. We actually had them going down, and now they're going up again, all right? And we have entire parts of our country, states, that refuse to do anything about it. They won't mandate mask wearing. They won't mandate social distancing. You've got, let's just have a giant biker rally in our state that allows hundreds of thousands of people from all over the country to come and not social distance and not wear masks and make an insane super spreader event that will just make it worse for all Americans because a few want to have a party this weekend, right? So this is what I mean. Like, even when you have people doing the right thing, okay, you're never going to have everyone doing the right thing unless it's mandated by law. Unless the United States of America makes it law that you must wear a mask, you must social distance, you must do this, people will not do it. There are people out there who are just so up their own ass about personal freedoms, they feel that if you take an inch, you'll then take a mile. That's what they feel. If today it's wearing a mask, tomorrow it'll be I can't do this and I can't do this. Even though, let's face it, in the history of America, in the last 100 years, how many times have we had mandates like this where we really need to have a public health declaration to try to save people's lives? Pretty much none, right? There's been things we've had. We had West Nile virus. We had the swine flu. We had H1N1, was it, right? That's what it was? None of those were as bad as COVID. And we never really had a situation where we have so many people in our country who are exposed and are vulnerable. That's the other thing, okay? COVID preys on the weak. It looks for people who have already pre-existing conditions, you know, breathing conditions, heart conditions, diabetes, and weight conditions. All these things that Americans have conditioned ourselves to believe work fine if we have them. We could just medicate them, right? COVID doesn't care. COVID says, fuck that, you're dead. If you have that condition, I don't care what everyone around you told you that you're okay and you're healthy, you're dead if you have a pre-existing condition. It's really fucked up, but that's the reality of the situation. And we in America have conditioned ourselves to believe that living unhealthily is okay because the doctors just pump us with drugs and do shit to keep us alive. Now all of a sudden American races say, oh my God, we're fucked. If you have any pre-existing condition, you're really fucked here. My parents are in the highest risk group. They both have multiple pre-existing conditions and are completely fucked. If they get coronavirus, they are probably going to die. All right? This is a serious ass situation. So when you ask me, will this country ever get back to how it was? I don't know. I don't know if things are going to go back. Like, I think there's, unless you mandate it to be law that we do these things, you'll never see across the board agreement that we need to do them. At the same time, I'll be honest, I don't like wearing a mask. I hate it. I fucking hate it. I have this beard and, you know, I build up humidity in the mask. Sometimes it's hard to breathe. It's annoying as fuck. I hate wearing a fucking mask. By the way, when I had double ear infections, wearing the mask wasn't very, very comfortable. It was incredibly painful because it was pulling my swollen ears and causing me excruciating pain. I didn't make excuses. I went outside and wore a fucking mask every moment that I was out there because I care about the people around here. I don't want to kill people by accidentally spreading the coronavirus. Okay? So all that being said, I don't feel that there will ever be full-on cooperation on doing these things until it's made law in the United States, because we have too many people who have this mindset that unless it's illegal, I do what I want. I have the freedom to do what I want. It's the land of the free. I don't care what you tell me is the right thing to do. I don't care about the person who lives next door. I don't care about the person who I meet at the grocery store. I certainly don't give two fucks about anyone I run into out there that I don't know or corroborate with. They could all die, so I don't wear a mask. There's people in this country that are that fucked up in the head. All they care about is themselves, and they will do whatever they want unless it's the law, and now they're forced to do stuff, right? So I would say these mandates and things, they're great, but you have to have enough people who actually are smart and actually empathetic, sympathetic, and caring enough for their fellow man to actually do the right thing to see this to be a widespread deal. I am nervous that now that we've had coronavirus, this is just the beginning of a wave after wave of this kind of shit happening. And I don't know if it will ever go back. For me, me and my lifestyle and my wife's lifestyle, has it affected us? Yes. Has it affected us greatly? No. We still can pretty much do the stuff that we like to do. We can still eat at certain restaurants. Sucks that certain businesses have gone out of business because we've seen certain restaurants and businesses around here that we liked that are gone now. And that's terrible. But, to save lives, is it worth it? Yeah. I mean, it's tough. This is tough. There's no definitive answer to this. But long term, do I ever think we'll fully go back to how we were? I am skeptical. Let me put it this way. I would like it to happen, but I'm very skeptical that it will. There we go. Apparently a hype train has begun. All right. I am going to read a bunch of these shout outs later, but I have one more question to go from Twitter, and then we'll get to these shout outs from cheers that apparently got this hype train going. But just so everyone knows, during a hype train, if you cheer, sub, or tip, if you cheer 100 bits or more, if you subscribe or gift a subscription during a hype train, you become part of the hype train, and then you'll earn an emote that unlocks if we hit a certain hype train level. Right now we're at 37% of level 1 with about 4 minutes to go. So in 4 minutes, if people cheer 100 bits or more, or sub or gift a sub, it'll increase the hype train, and you may unlock an emote if we hit the hype train level. Okay? Thank you for that. Okay. Last tweet question is from Joey. He says, with Microsoft buying companies like ZeniMax, do you think games will become exclusive to sway people to Xbox or remain multi-platform, since Microsoft will get money anyway? What's your opinion on Game Pass? Though I've never been an Xbox guy, it's a fantastic service with a lot of support. Uncertain. And the message that's coming out from Microsoft is also uncertain. Because I think if they make every single Bethesda game a timed exclusive for Xbox consoles, that's a huge win and a huge loss, because they realize more people are going to want the Xbox Series X and a Series S to play them. At the same time, You have a giant installed user base of people who bought the PlayStation consoles, and now you're telling them they can't buy your games. That was millions of sales. All right. I don't know. Even you know, that's a tough decision for an executive team to make. Do we make all of our games exclusives, right? Or do we do timed exclusives, or do we just do cross-platform like we were doing previously? I don't know. I definitely think people who own the Xbox consoles will benefit. I do. I think that they will benefit in some way, whether it be timed exclusives, exclusive content, the games run better on the console. I do feel if you have Xbox Series S and X, you're going to benefit more from Bethesda games than if you play them on PlayStation. I don't know how yet, but that's my feeling. That's my general feeling I'm getting. But I don't know. That's a tough question. Now, as for Game Pass, yeah, Game Pass is giant value for the consumer. And as long as Microsoft continuously acquires more studios that their games will be under Game Pass, this will just continue to be added value for the consumer. There's nothing wrong with that, but what if you only own a PlayStation, right? That's where you get screwed. If they're going to make these games only exclusive, if they're going to make them exclusive to Microsoft console and you're screwing over a certain customer base, man, it's a tough call. It's definitely a slippery slope of how these things can be done. So I don't know. You know, it's hard to have an opinion because we don't have any facts yet. I guess we'll have to see what happens. All right. Shout outs for those who've cheered, ladies and gentlemen. Shuey701 cheers to Microsoft partnered with GameStop. Check out your email. There's a link. Well, yes, I know. People just said this on the stream, but I don't know what the extent of the partnership is, and I'm certainly not going to be reading a giant article now. By the way, my email won't even update, but I'm not going to be reading a giant article now during the stream to figure this out. I'll probably read it later, try to figure it out, and go from there. All right. Sorry, I can't give you a live reaction until I get all the facts. All right. Shout out to Whiteboy89, spelled W-I-G-H-T, which is funny because, you know, white boy typically is, you know, racial, but in this case it's not. Who subscribed to the channel. Thank you for the sub. By the way, guys, 1 minute, 12 seconds left to get on the hype train. We're still at 37%, so it's not looking good. Looney Dooney did 100-bit cheer. He says, thank you for spreading truth on the virus situation. I'm just giving my opinion. I don't know how it's truth, but I'm just giving my opinion. TJ Gamebox cheers. Said, I feel like people that don't wear a mask are the ones that would hide a zombie bite during a zombie apocalypse. Of course! They don't care about others. They don't care about you. If someone refuses to wear a mask, it's because they only care about themselves. When scientists are coming out and telling you there's factual evidence wearing a mask stops the spread of this virus and can save lives, and you say, I'm going to do it because it's my freedom. It's not the law. You can't make me. That person is an immoral, disgusting person who only cares about themselves. Period. Period. There's no other reason for it. It's like they said, it's not a test of your personal freedoms. It's an IQ test. If you're dumb, you won't wear a mask. There's nothing else to it. Silent General did a 200-bit cheer, and he says, cases here in the UK are going up too. I'm currently having to self-isolate as I may have it. Damn, I hope you're okay, Silent General. I seriously hope you don't have it. If you do, man, please take care and do whatever the professionals there are telling you to do. Don't spread it and take care of yourself and get better, man. We don't know enough about this virus. That's the problem. People who had it and recovered from it are saying that they're not better. They're saying that they still have underlying symptoms that aren't going away. They're saying that they're having lung pain overall that's never going away. That's crazy, you know. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we missed the hype train. It's over. We missed it. It's over completely. We had a chance to be hype, and now we can't be. Well, you know, you got to cope with these times. You take the good with the bad. When you miss a hype train, it could be a very low, but sometimes you just got to bounce back from it, okay? I'm sorry, though. Okay, Fergo cheered and said, look out, there's a giant Halloween decoration crawling behind me. Where? Wooly? Wooly's a real spider. That's not a Halloween decoration. I found him outside. Robert Evans cheered. He said, I see a lot of people not wearing a mask or wearing it, but it's down below their mouth. That's because they're idiots. Why are you even wearing the mask if you're not... Just think about that. That's even the worst situation. I have the mask on my face, but then I pull it below my mouth while I'm out. What the fuck are you doing? Why did you even put it on the face? Silent General cheer. Thank you, Silent General. Bubble Buddy cheers. And hypothetically, if there's a zombie outbreak, how would you prepare for it, knowing the skills we gamers have beating zombie games? We wouldn't, because there's games. There's games versus reality. And a real-life zombie outbreak would certainly be very different from what we've been told in games, because games is fantasy. Reality is very different, you know? So, it wouldn't help at all. It really wouldn't help at all. I'm serious. Okay. So guys, I have the capability of staying on stream for another 30 minutes. All right? Doesn't mean I have to stay. It just means I can. If you guys have some questions you'd like to ask me, you know, I can stay for a little bit extra here. Have open Q&A with the chat. Contributions are still appreciated. We have not hit the tips goal yet, and I do need the support this week. So, you know, just saying. What do you guys want to do? What do you guys want to do? Favorite video game fast food restaurant? Burger Shot. There you go. Well, I play Minecraft when the Cave update comes out next summer. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know if I'll play Minecraft again. More than likely, I'm eventually going to play it just to give a send-off to a game that I played for a year and a half consistently, but I don't know if I'll go back to it and play it seriously again. I have no idea. Whatever the future holds, right? Piero Nigu said, how'd you get into the continuous improvement job? Did someone recommend it for you? It reminds me of stuff I learned in IT and project management. Well, twofold. Number one, that's the job my dad was doing. My dad was doing continuous improvement work that he was actually getting paid for, which is why I knew I was getting underpaid for it, because he was getting paid way more money than me at the same company that I was doing the same work at, okay? But don't tell anyone. It's a secret. Anyway, my dad was doing that kind of work. I already knew about it and involved in it and liked it, okay? And then what happened was, after working at my job for about 2 years, my manager pulled our whole team aside and said, the company is looking for people who want to go above and beyond, with the possibility of maybe having this pan out in promotion and other things later on. But you have to do more work. Essentially, you're going to have to do your job as a customer service rep, and also on top of that, do continuous improvement work. They wanted to have continuous improvement reps in certain departments. So that I went for extra training and I did everything. And then basically what happened was, some people were able to continue doing it, while others were told, oh, you just got to do your CSR work. And I was one of the ones selected and told, we'd rather have you do the continuous improvement work rather than the CSR work. We'd rather have you get permission to not do the line level CSR work and instead do this, because we need this whole process redone from start to finish, our repairs process at our company. And it was cool. I was a unique guy in the company where I was given permission to not do what my job was supposed to do and instead do higher level, more important work, even though I wasn't paid for it, which is funny as hell when you think about that, right? So I did it for 2 years. I did my normal job for 2 years, and then because I was recognized as someone who did a lot of hard work, that I was given the opportunity to do more work with the promise of future advancement. I was actually told I would get certifications that would qualify me for a higher level job doing this exclusively. So there you go. Let's see. Timbo Slice here said, do you think the fly from last night will be next president? He loved the spot on Pence. I don't even know what you're talking about. Furious Kirk cheers says, do you have HBO Max or checked it to see if you get it for free? What do you think of the service, and what have you been watching with it? I don't have it. Don't have it. I have Hulu, which Kat and I watch a bunch of shows on every once in a while, usually like pet shows, veterinary shows, stuff like that. I have Disney Plus, and that's what we watch Disney shows on and stuff like that. And I've decided I'm gonna get rid of WWE Network. I haven't used it in a million years. I just need to go cancel it, because I don't use it anymore. There's no point. I don't watch the pay-per-views. I don't watch the shows. I'm gonna get rid of it. So really, that's it. I have two things: Hulu and Disney Plus, and that's it. So no, I don't have HBO Max, so I can't really comment on it. Furious Kirk. I did not have a job at GameStop. I don't know what you're talking about. Someone said, how was my job at GameStop? Have I considered running more ads? Absolutely not. I don't want to run any more ads here on Twitch. Why? Because I don't get anything out of it. Let's say, for example, I have an audience of anywhere from 300 to 700 people, and I run an ad, I make like $1. I'm not kidding. It's like $1 of profit. So let's say I ran ads every half an hour. okay, and I have an audience of 400 people, I would make, what, $10 a day? I'd rather just not run them. I'm serious. I'd rather just not run them. I'd rather not hinder my audience. It'd be one thing if, like, ads were my lifeblood and a giant positive benefit here on Twitch. They're nothing. They're literally nothing. There's no point in doing it, so I'm not going to bother with it. Okay? Bubble Buddy Cheers, thanks for the time. I have to go out, but I'll ask one more question before I go. What's your opinion on PS5 not revealing memory expansion storage options? Xbox just revealed their hand and already, and thanks for having a good day. Yeah, I don't know. The thing is, a lot of people are skeptical of PS5 because it comes with a 1 terabyte hard drive, but it's been confirmed that almost 200 gigs of that are already taken up by the operating system, leaving you with about 800 gigs of storage space. To me, that's a good amount. To me, I could store a giant game like Modern Warfare, and I could probably store like 5 to 6 smaller games, and I'm okay. And I don't ever want to have 14 to 20 games on my console. I just don't. I think it's too cluttered anyway. I would only want to have a certain amount of games on my console at once. So for me, that's not a big deal. But some people apparently want this giant storage space on there, okay? You know, for me, I would be nervous about the Xbox Series S's only 512 gigs. Because you know some of that is the operating system. Now you're talking you can store, what, 3-4 games on it? Tops? You know, I don't know. And, yes, it's true. Xbox has revealed, or Microsoft revealed that their expansion memory is about $220 to $250, while we don't know what's going on with PlayStation right now. Maybe it's because PlayStation actually doesn't have a viable competitor to that or something. I have no idea. I don't think I'm going to need to expand for a while, though. I think I'll be all right. So, okay. Almighty Derek already answered that. He says, thoughts on Vince McMahon forcing talent to sign over their rights to third-party properties like Twitch to make even more money off of them? It's completely evil. He's a scumbag piece of shit human at this point. He's an elderly guy who should retire from his job and let other people run the business because he does everything wrong. And he mistreats his employees constantly. What he's doing is breaking the law. You cannot do what he's forcing them to do. So if they went and sued him in a class action lawsuit, he'd lose. But at the same time, they'd all lose their jobs because you know he wouldn't keep them employed. So it's a fucked up situation. The company is basically really bad to work for right now because of him. He is a toxic person, and he should be kicked out of his job. It's that simple. But it's not going to happen because he owns the majority of the company, you know? So there's nothing you can really do about it. Timbo Slice Cherry says the breakdown Sony did a PS5 shows the SSD is built into the motherboard, and that concerns me because if it goes bad, you're effed, seeing unlike all the other PlayStations, you could always just remove the hard drive to replace it. Right. But it's an SSD, so you're effed either way. The SSD is one of the most expensive components of the console. If it goes bad, you're spending a ton of fucking money. You might as well buy a new console anyway. Seriously. That SSD itself probably costs like $300. So, Hybrid Wolf to me $1.50 says, my headset uses an optical cable. The PS5 doesn't have one. Or does it? Are we forced to use the PlayStation 1? Thoughts on that? No, there's no optical out whatsoever on PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series S or X. What they're going with these consoles is 3D audio that's built into the console by default. And there's 2 ways you can implement it. You can either use a headphone jack going directly from the console, or at the bottom of your controllers now, there's going to be a headphone jack you can plug your headphones into, and you're supposed to have, by default, 3D audio in any stereo pair of headphones. That includes regular headphones, giant cup headphones like my Astros, earbuds. Everything is supposed to now get 3D audio. I don't see how that's going to happen. I'm being honest. If you have an El Cheapo pair of earbuds, I don't think they're going to do 3D audio very well. I'm just saying. But this is what these companies are claiming, that 3D audio support is built in and any headphones will have it. So yeah, there will be no more optical out. What you're going to have to do, for example, my Astros use optical out. But they use optical out because the optical goes to this little receiver unit. And this receiver unit decodes the optical audio into Dolby channels and puts the Dolby surround sound through the standard microphone jack to my headphones, and that's how I get surround sound. This will no longer be used with the next gen of consoles. This is out completely. All you're going to do, you're going to unplug your headphones from here and plug this directly into your controller and supposedly get surround sound. How good will it be? I have absolutely no idea. You're putting way more work now on the console to have to decode 3D audio when it used to be a separate piece of hardware. Now your console has to decode 3D audio on the fly. I don't know how this is going to happen. I guess we'll find out. Okay. All right. Anyone else have questions? I am not kidding. During the show, GameStop announced a big partnership with Microsoft going forward. They say all Microsoft stores are now going to close, and they're going to shift their focus to GameStop. GameStop stock skyrocketed. Is this a good move? What does it mean? First of all, what do they even have in Microsoft stores? Fucking tablets and shit? Like, what? I never seen an actual Microsoft store. I've seen a ridiculous amount of Apple stores. I've never seen a Microsoft store. So I don't know what they have at the Microsoft store. I don't think it's a loss then, right? If this means they're going to have exclusive Microsoft stuff only available at GameStop, I guess that's cool. But I don't... Until we actually know what it is, right? Until we actually know exactly what this partnership means, there's no way that we can know anything. So there's no point to even speculate about it, right? There's none. Okay. What's my favorite Harold Ramis movie? Ghostbusters 1. Although he was in a lot of good movies, Ghostbusters 1. How are my ears? They're bad. My ears are fine. My ears are 100%. Zero pain, zero swelling, nothing. My ears are good. That's why, I'm hoping I can keep it that way. I won't be wearing headphones unless there's games that absolutely need it, like Amnesia. Yeah, I'm going to wear it. New releases that need surround sound, I have a lot of dialogue. Yeah, I'll wear them. But even then, I'll be taking breaks. Every 15 minutes or every hour or so, I'll take like a 10-minute break and take them off, put them around my neck, so that way I'm not overheating my ears and creating that environment. Okay? Hydrocarbon, I have no money to invest in the stock market. You're out of your mind. What's my favorite Rick Moranis movie? Spaceballs. Yep, he's really good in Spaceballs. Like, that's probably, like, top-level Rick Moranis. In a lot of ways, he steals the movie. He's not even the hero. He's the main villain, and he steals the fucking movie with his... He's so good. A lot of people say Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. I think he was good in Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, but Spaceballs. Sorry. Any guess when we'll get GTA 6? We're still years away. I would guess they're developing it now. But we're not going to... It'll at least another 2 years. Because the new console just came out. So give it like 2 years. Probably like 2022. Maybe. Furio Niku, I've heard of Cry of Fear. Never heard of 999. Thank you, Django Pops. There's no question, but I hope you're doing well. Anonymous Cheer did a 100-bit cheer. Thank you very much. We're going to adjourn in just a couple minutes, guys. So last chance for questions, or if you want to contribute to help out, please do. Once the show adjourns, I'll remind you of what's going on the rest of the week, which is all gameplay, which is good. I don't know if you guys, how you felt about this show. I'll be honest. If it were not for No Couture doing the very generous tip, contributions would have been real slow for this show. And it seems like most people were under the impression they don't want another Ask the King. So I don't even know, or should we do another one? I don't know, guys. Lunaba just tipped me $2. Thank you, Lunaba. Appreciate that. Funny, because that probably was coming through before I said a word. Okay. There we go. My least favorite video game fast food restaurant. I don't think I know enough of them to have a least favorite. Shui cheered again and said, if you don't have an Xbox One or a PC, do you think a Series X is a good move? Yeah. It's going to be the only way to play Microsoft exclusives, and obviously, Bethesda games are going to have some kind of an advantage moving forward on that console. So if you don't have a PC, that's a big selling point for a Series X, I feel. If you have a PC now, it's negligible because most of those games are going to come out on PC anyway, right? Someone just asked, I think it was called a fade. They said, now that I'm going to take these off for now. I'm not playing any games anyway. They said, now that I'm retired from competitive Street Fighter, which I am. I'm not going back to it. Do I feel that now I'm more respected in the community than before when I actively played? Are you crazy? No. No one in the community talks about me. When they do, they talk shit. And the reason is, the community is very fickle. The Street Fighter community was always very fickle. It really was. Like, it's like, what are you doing for me today? Seriously, like, you'd run a fucking major tournament. You know, that's regarded as, wow, went really well, really good tournament. And then 2 months later, they'd be like, oh, who are you? You know? That's how it always was. And if you were always staying on top, people would just forget, not respect you, not know who you were. Although it's not like that everywhere. There were some places where people were very respectful of people who they called kind of the OGs. It was funny because to me, the OGs are guys like John Choi, Mike Watson, Alex Valle, Seth Killian, David Serlin, Jason Wilson. You know, those are the guys that when I think the OG Street Fighter guys that were there from day one and were known for being top players, those are the guys that pop into my head when you say OGs. People started calling me an OG just because I had been around for so long and been known for running tournaments and placing in Super Turbo. People started calling me an OG. I was like, dude, I don't even think of myself like that. I was kind of the new breed. I was one of the upstarts in, you know, the early 2000s trying to make a name for myself. And I honestly never really did until Super Turbo came to more prominence in the mid 2000s. I started doing well in the tournaments, but I never saw myself as that at all. But no, now anyone who talks about me in Street Fighter usually talks shit about me. And usually it's something completely uninformed and dumb that they don't even understand. There are people that say, oh, he's the guy who said he pulled a knife on someone at a fighting game tournament. What? That never happened. Who said that? Who made that shit up? That's what I mean. Like, they would. Most people probably wouldn't even know who I am. If they know me, it's not from Street Fighter. They know me from the years of content creation on the internet and the other memes and things that have erupted out of that. They don't know me as the Street Fighter player from back in the day. You know what I mean? Elon Just Cheers says, you remember when the detractor called you Darks Fadil in a COD game? That was hilarious. No, that never happened, actually. Never happened. Actually, I don't remember if it did or not. I don't remember. No Furious Kirk, I've not seen The Boys. Nope. I've never seen that either. My favorite Leslie Nielsen movie, Smoking the Naked Gun. Oh, shit. One of the first two Naked Guns. They're both really good. Both first two Naked Gun movies are great. The third one's kind of shit. The first two are both good, though. Am I doing more DSP Tries It? Yes. I'm doing more DSP Tries It this Halloween Marathon. What am I doing? I have no idea. But we have to think of something. We have 3 weeks left to think of something good for DSP Tries It. Yeah, we got to think of something together that we want to do for the Halloween Marathon because I honestly don't know what I'm doing. I'd like suggestions. Taco Bell Grande Stacker. Excuse me. I said Grande Stalker. Yeah, that's right. The Cold War beta comes out this weekend. I keep forgetting because Timbo told me about it last night. So let's think of the schedule. Right now, tonight it's Fall Guys. Tomorrow, it's going to be Amnesia and Street Fighter. Saturday, it's going to be Crash 4 and the conclusion of Fire Emblem. So then Sunday, I could technically do the Black Ops beta if you guys want to see it on the main stream. Sunday night then, sand in my eye here, it could be Animal Crossing. Then on Monday, I would either do more Crash 4 or more Amnesia and Fall Guys. Fair enough, we could do that. But it just means that either Crash 4 or Amnesia is going to be played one less stream this week. Jono the Rabbit said, fuck it, I tried to ask you something. Well, I'm sorry, Jono, I didn't see your question. Am I hopeful for the future of Street Fighter as Cookie Monster? I mean, I don't want to give up hope on Street Fighter. I'm very skeptical that they'll do anything good because it seems like most of the people who knew what they were doing, who developed Street Fighter games, don't work there anymore. They got these B teams, C team, D teams working on Street Fighter that don't even understand basic fucking combat mechanics anymore. So I don't know. I would like to think they'll make a good game again. I definitely want to give Street Fighter 6 a shot, but I have no confidence or faith that they will do a good game. Let's put it that way. Hybrid Wolf tipped me $2.50, and I've seen you for a long time. Remember Wet Playthrough. Yes, but you feel like you have the development sense of thick skin, or develop a sense of thick skin. I don't know how you do it, but cheers to you. Have a good night. Thank you, Hyperwolf. I mean, at this point, I have to. Constantly, people just say shit about me that's untrue. Insane conspiracy theories, wackier than anything that our government or you know, people could come up with. These weirdo conspiracy theories. They're worse the ones that they make up about me. But you know, all I do is I focus on the positive stuff on my streams and I let it roll off. I don't let it bother me anymore. You know. Frog and Cheers, in retrospect, are you happy you started doing Let's Plays in the days of its infancy, or would you rather have started when it was more widespread and mature? I don't think I would have been popular if I didn't start it when I did, you know? I don't think so. I don't think that I ever would have had a lick of popularity like I do now, or had, if I hadn't started when I did. It was right place, right time. I struck when the iron was as hot as possible, you know? The thing is, there are people who definitely jumped in and doing it after me, duh. But most of those people who jumped in and did it after me, they came in with a different attitude and a totally different skill set. They could video edit well. They came in with a lot of money to invest into it, to have a good setup and everything. I was just some nobody with no money, nothing, just dicking around. And at that time when I started doing it, it was possible for that to become popular. Today, you can't just fuck around and become popular. You have to have a professionalism to it. You have to have a certain level of expertise, a certain level of production value that I didn't have. But it was okay back then because no one else did either. You see? It changed over time. If I were to jump in it today, I would never be successful. There you go. Elon just cheers. Do you have the best job in the world? And if not, what's the dream job? I don't know, dude. It's the best job I've ever had. I don't know if it's the best job in the world, but it's the best job I've ever had. Put it that way. Quantifade, I have no idea. He says, if I could make a totally new gameplay mechanic for a new Street Fighter game, what would it be? I'd have to sit here and think about it, because it has to be something that doesn't break the game, but also is fun to implement, and you know, something that everyone can access. There's a lot of factors that come to something like that. That's not a question I can just answer on the fly with no pre-thought. Okay. Timo Slice says he's really liking Season 2 of Fall Guys so far. Good. I'm looking forward to that tonight, guys. I am. I have no recollection how much this hat was, Cheerio Eater. I bought it a decade ago. I don't know how much this cost. Oh my God. I think questions are dying out here, guys. Nah, Furious Kirk, I don't think I'm playing any other version of Crysis. I think the remaster was enough wasted money and is dead in the water. I'm not interested in it anymore. Oh, yeah? Expand Donks says the team games have been removed from Fall Guys. There's a new lobby option that selects from specific game stages. All right, we'll see. We'll see tonight. You know, Cookie Monster says, am I sad that the traditional popularity of Halloween is fading away? I mean, see, the thing is, it wasn't. The popularity of Halloween was actually at an all-time high until the pandemic. And then what are you going to do? You know, the pandemic essentially this year has ended Halloween, and there's not much you can do about it, right? It doesn't mean that it won't be back, and it won't be back, and maybe things change too. You know, maybe we'll find a way to do it more safely rather than going to strangers' houses. I have no idea. But for now, yeah, Halloween's pretty dead. All stores out there now are Christmas. I'm not even kidding. Stores have abandoned Halloween because they realized no one's going to buy Halloween shit this year because there's no trick-or-treating. So every store now has their full Christmas stuff out on the shelves. It's crazy. Christmas trees, everything is out. It's nuts. Sarsgata wishes I could do more IRL streams. Dude, I do these every day. Sarsgata, every stream I put out is an IRL stream. Don't you get that now? Like, every stream I do is interactive where I answer questions. It's not dedicated to that, but there's giant chunks of every stream I do where I talk like this, so. Nope, never had any ghost encounter or anything like that with Back Baby. No paranormal happenings in my life up to this point, to my knowledge. What's my favorite Halloween candy? Anything with chocolate. You know, Nestle Crunch, Hershey bar, those little miniature bars that they do. You know, and seriously, like Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, Hershey Kiss, M&M's, anything with chocolate. That's my thing. Chocolate. I'm a chocoholic. Can't stop myself from eating it. All right, when someone says meow, meow, meow in the stream chat, I think that's my cue to tap out here, guys. All right, folks. So that is it for Ask the King. Thanks for a great episode. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm going to upload this right now to the King of Hate vlogs on YouTube. It's up to you if you want me to keep doing it. It just seemed like this episode there weren't many great questions, and that even, like I said, the support. If it weren't for No Couture, you know, I don't know how this would have went. So maybe this is the logical end of Ask the King. Maybe it's not. I've already posted
what do I do?
Placed on the forums for you to ask questions for a next episode. If we do one, it'll be in early December. Let me know what you think. All right, let me know what you think, and we'll go from there. All right, guys. Thank you for a great episode.
What do I do?
Until next time, peace out, my friends. See you later.
What do I do?
All right, everyone. As I said, that's it for Ask the King. I'm gonna upload this to the King Vlogs right now. For season 2, I hope you'll join me for that. And I hope you'll support that stream. Like I said, I hope that things aren't slowing down here. Thank you very much, and I will see you tonight. Peace out.
What do I do?
it's Tevin's fault.
This mountain's never ending. Just seems so much to push through. We'll inspire the message. We'll press on within. This mountain's never ending. Just